Okay. If I am not mistaken, we have started streaming. There we go. All right. So that is us streaming. Das ist gut. Let's hide that. Let us hide that. Uh-oh. Can't have that. Well, we have to hide it that way. All right. So as you creep in, can you hear me or see me? Hello, Fetty. How we doing? Okay. Great. You hear and see me. That's a good thing. That's on Twitch. So as anyone else comes in, how do you create? So hold on. Let's quickly look at that. Do you mean just like a texture? I mean, is that what you're talking about? Let's divide this up. Oops. I had left smooth on there a little bit. Okay, so let us think about this. Can you hear me? I discovered that I actually look away from my microphone a little too much, so maybe we will. Hold on, let me look at Twitch here and make sure that you can see me. Wrong direction. Oh, well, crap. Something like that. All right. Close enough to spit on. All right. Goodness gracious. This is not Pablo Muno Gomez. I know. Sometimes it... uh-oh. Sorry, guys. I just wiped out your questions. But refreshing is not always the helpful thing. Call me in chat real quick. Let me... Did I just wipe everyone out? I see no chat. Okay, hold on. There it is. Okay, let's go back to this. What the hell is this? Good God, that was painful. All right, so there I am. You can see me. I'm assuming you can hear me. Get ZBrush right on. Okay, so let's go to 4 prongs here real quick. Okay, you have 4 prongs. Is this where we're at? And you want to be able to apply a texture to them? Well, first of all, be careful with applying textures to prongs, because chances are it's going to get mucked out. But I think that, well, I think X and Z... Why is that? Why am I? Is it just something I'm not seeing? One sec. Oh, because I don't have Z turned on. So do you mean something like that? Well, I mean, okay, hold on. So are we talking about oops, too big. Turn damn lazy mouse on. I mean, other than that, I mean, is that what you're talking about? Okay, one sec. Let me. One sec. Oh, damn it. Sorry. Give me one sec. There we go. You mean you want to do 3 sides at one go? Is that what you mean? I mean, I guess you could do this where you mask off the inside and maybe through noisemaker, surface, noise, you mean something like that? I mean, you can get a pattern into noisemaker, okay, well, and then because the, oops, sorry. Mask by noise, I mean, apply to mesh. And now you've applied everything at once and the masking has protected that pattern. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Can't draw what? The pattern? Okay, well, what's the pattern? Let's start there. What's the pattern? Well, I mean, I could never get this to work, actually. Hold on, let's turn noise down. Noise plugin. Is there bark? Wood. I never can get this to friggin' work. I don't know if my initial scale is just super low. I can never get it just to work. Yeah, I don't know. You can bring a UV in here and do it with a UV as well. Is it strength by mask? Man, if you do a little research in Noisemaker, you can probably get a UV into that, and that'll apply it. I mean, I don't necessarily know why it needs to be in one swoop because, oops, sorry. I mean, let's say you have, let's go to standard here. Make that drag, go to alpha. If you have an alpha of it, here, we'll just pick that. We'll make this harder. You know, if you have an alpha of it, you could do it in, you know, a handful. Well, first of all, I have to turn back face masking on. You know, you could piece it together. Right. Or get get your noise sorted out. You know, get it as a UV, and then you can import it into Noisemaker. I don't know, is that helpful at all? And then, you know, you just unmask it, and then you don't have the texture there. Sorry, I start to mumble. I know. We're all working on that. Yeah, don't think of things where it needs to be in one go. Just get your bark in there, and then just pull it on. I mean, that's, or you can also use Extractor to do it. That's a good way to get it onto your form as well. Yeah. Okie dokie, artichoke. So today we're going to just go from beginning to hopefully end. So we're going to make a men's sort of signet ring out of an opal. Here's my floor. My floor is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 millimeters wide. I know that the stone that I'm using is going to be 20 something mil. So we are going to make this, let's make this 30 mil. So we're going to go to draw. I'm going to come down here to grid size, and I'm going to type in 15 and push enter. And I'm going to go here and push 15, push enter. And so now I have a 30 millimeter by 30 millimeter grid. So when you import an image with a grid on, it's going to import that image into your grid. So let us come here, and we are going to go under draw. I'm going to go into map 1 and up and down. I'm going to import opal PSD. All right. So my opal is 21 millimeters, or 20.1 millimeters by 11.45 by 5.1. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our little star here. We are going to convert it to a cube. I am going to then turn all off. I'm going to come down here, and we are going to make X our long axis, or Z our long axis. So in Z, we're going to go 20.1, enter. Now turn lock ratios off. So Z is 20.1. My X is going to be 11.45. Push enter. And then it's 5.1y. 5.1. Enter. And now we're going to go resize subtool. There we go. So that's our bounding box size for that stone. Alrighty, so now we are going to go back to draw, and I'm going to, there are two ways of doing it. There's fill mold, and see, it'll start to fill. But I like, let's do one. That way we can see our grid a little and our image. And now draw, we're going to come down to project on mesh. Boop, there we go. And now I'm going to take under draw, you notice all this is blacked out. That is because project on mesh, see, it won't, a lot of these things don't work with project on mesh. So we're just going to come to the back side. We are going to go back to draw. And now here we can change where everybody is, right? So we're going to drag that. No. Nope. Angle, let's put 0 back. Let's go to scale and scale that up. And we know if it hits the sides, should be right? Let's just double check. Pretty darn close. Let's make sure. Try to get it into the middle. This is where I truly wish that we had just little arrow tappers so we can literally just step it into the side there. We want vertical offset. Now you can see in my drawing I must have skewed this. So drawing, I'm just going to scale this out just a touch. Vertical offset, let's get that back down there. All right, that's going to be close. Let's vertical offset. All right, close enough. Yay, team. All right, so now let's come back in here and look at our grid. All right, we should be able to do this. So we're going to go to ZModeler. I'm going to make my brush a little bigger, kind of go over this, and this will be move infinite XYZ. And so now we're just going to kind of come in here and get this close. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And now we're going to get rid of some of these. I'm going to divide it once. And you can see as we divide it, it got more round. Let's just get some geometry in there. That's fine. Now we are going to take a move. I'm going to go infinite y-axis, not z. Turn infinite depth on. And that way when I come out here, I'm moving that out. And you can see I'm just matching the silhouette as close as I can. And you can see I'm just trying to get it close to that edge. Alrighty. So, and then obviously obviously, I do not have the side view of this particular stone. So I am just going to guesstimate at this point that it sort of has a flat back and it's a little bit more domey. So we're just going to knock the edges off. I'm going to go to trim dynamic because that's a good one. And make sure smooth stronger is turned on, and let's see what that does. That doesn't do crap. So I'm just going to go to trim dynamic and knock my corners off. It's so funny, in class we had GoToMeeting, so there was verbal input, so it's funny getting used to the no sound again. It's just hours of me talking to myself. It's a joy. What are you doing, Brandon?
I'm discussing with some friends if I should stop by their place to show them the new video.
You don't have any friends. Stop lying.
You're right, I'm actually texting myself. My mom won't even get back to me. You're my only friend and you don't even look at me.
You're right. You're an ugly bastard. If you were prettier, it might give you some more eye time, but sadly, I'm here for your self-worth and self-value if you haven't noticed. All right. I'm guessing that's the rough silhouette of the stone. We're going to work with this as a working model concept. Right? I'm guessing it kind of looks... Because, I mean, if we look at the other cuts... one sec. Come on. Well, is that the side view of that one? Isn't that awesome? It's hard to tell, because that's showing a lot of blue and green, but you're not seeing the blue and green from this angle. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's not. That has nice rounds. Kind of looks like it has nice rounds. What's the next stone? Yeah, actually, that's got to be the side view. So actually, it's quite a bit, let's undo that. It's quite a bit flatter edged. Who knew? I guess if you looked at the damn stone, you'd know. But no. Come on. All right, so that's just the flat. Let's go back and look at that stone. Well, that's pretty much round, isn't it? Okay. Hello, hello. How's it going? All right. So it looks like it's actually pretty darn round, or straight edged. So we're just going to hide that, close that. And we are going to sliders to subtool, 11.520, 11.520. All right, that's pretty damn close enough, honestly. So let's take SK trim and knock this back. I'm assuming there's a wee bit, I'm assuming there's a wee bit of a dome to this. All right. We'll give it a little bit of a dome. And then we'll sharpen this edge because it looks like it's a little bit sharper. I can work with this, and then before we do the part, send the wax, and we'll fit the wax to it. Right? All right, so we have this lovely shape. So that's the shape of our opal. We have it from our pictures here. That's the side view. That's the top view. So what we're probably going to do here is, what I'm thinking is we will actually mount this from the inside, and then that way we can do something where we're controlling what this window looks like, so it sits up behind. So instead of doing like a normal mounting, we'll cut the negative space, right? Let's say we have our ring here, and the top band holes there. We can come in here and make sure that this, make sure that this sits up in here. We can do the framing with that, and then we can just roll an edge over these, and that'll act as a mounting for it. Right? Kind of bend them over that way. Or make an inset ring and just pop it in, and then honestly, just hammering it into place will probably fuse it, so that's good. So there we go. I figure 11, 20. Maybe we'll do something with it going this way, because 20 mil isn't that big actually. So I think we might use it with a window like that, and then that can be interesting. And if it doesn't interest you, well, sorry. All right, so I think we're going to approach this kind of sideways and see if I can get an interesting frame out of it this way. Figure out a shape that'll allow us not to lose too much of the stone. Let's see, W, if we rotate it a little bit more. Yeah, it's going to be a little thinner than, well, we'll see. What do? We take this, we go to Tool. Yeah, it's fun just to do stuff. There, we're going to go to our rings. We're going to go to our ring size. And I'm going to make this a size 11. Sure. 11. My allergies. Brandon, am I just allergic to you? Is that what's going on here? My nose is all itchy.
It'd be an interesting time for that to turn up. We've known each other for a few years.
That I'm allergic to you?
Yeah.
That would be funny.
The weird turn of events.
And to be fair, I've had weirder turn of events, so I can't say too much about it. All right, where's our ring?
You ready for this, Tomas?
What?
So, when I plugged in my hard disk drive to show you my edit, I unplugged my Wi-Fi adapter, and I came here without my Wi-Fi adapter.
Oh, and she's smart.
Oh, I'm a genius. So I was talking to my homies, and they're going to let me stop by and piggyback off their internet. Because they're sweethearts.
I don't know what I did there, but I completely changed the scale of that stone, didn't I? Okay, so let's try this again. 21.1, enter. Nope, hold on, undo. I want that to stay. No. No, scheisse. Okay, we need that picture back because I'm a big goofus.
Same.
Huh?
Same.
I know, right?
Huge doofus.
I am a huge doofus. It is true. Okay, so let's try that again. Kind and gentle folk. Somehow or another, I made this all wrong. Wait a minute. $21.1. This was. I need my little picture. $11.45 and $5.1. So this is $5.1. 11.51. $11.45. 11.45. Enter. Resize subtool. Slider to subtool. Am I just okay? That's very. Well, that's my computer at home. Why is it signing in?
Lee's about to learn some art.
I know Lee's all like hacking up on my machine.
How should you get up the stairs?
She's pretty vital. All right, what am I missing here? Am I just a raging Nimrod? Okay. Update size ratios. 24 by 9. Okay. But now let's go to here. Okay, we'll accept that. Let's go to here and update size ratios. 145. See? Okay, so we're going to say yes. That's the one. Sliders to subtools. Okay. So now I'm going to turn ratio. I'm going to do 21.1. Enter. Resize subtool. All right. All right, W. Get it there. Center of the stone. Center of the world. Rotate that this way, I think. And we're just going to get that above our stone set. All right. Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So that's 9. That's that. Why don't we go ahead? Taper. Yeah, that's that. We want this to stay there. Okay. So now we want that. We're going to mask that. And now we're going to go W. Come up here. Back to square. There. I want that to be there. I'm just going to pull that down. And now we have our rough signet size, right? Boom. Let's squish that in a little. All right. We're going to start there. But now you see we stretched all that out, right? So this is a perfectly good time to Z-remesh. We're going to just take this all the way down to 1. Detect edges. Keep groups. Actually, why don't we crease this? Bump. W. No, that. We're going to turn this into crease. Edge loop complete. And we're just going to tap that edge. We're going to tap that edge. Going to tap that edge. I'm going to tap that edge. Uh-oh. Shit. I have no idea how to move that. My computer at home. I don't... How did I do that? Huh?
I'm gonna hop on out of here.
Will you close that door for me?
Yeah, no problem. How's it keep opening?
It doesn't, for some reason, it's not latching closed. I don't know.
Interesting.
I do not know. Actually, will you do me a huge favor?
Yeah, no problem. What's up?
Take that out and come back. But if you take my keys with you, there's a big water bottle behind my man baby bottle.
Behind your man baby bottle?
No, it's in the back seat.
Oh, okay.
But will you fill it up with cold water as well?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you, my friend. No, I moved that damn window and I can't remember how I did it. It's really annoying. We are going to quick save. I'm going to close ZBrush. It's better than me hunting for it. I don't know how I did it. Right. I'm just not in the mood to go hunting. I know, then I don't know. I know. I'm super thankful. I woke up at like 11. It was super nice. Screw that getting up at 6:45 thing. I don't know how you guys. I don't know how you con me into doing that. It was a con job. I know it. Oh, fuck me. New document. Hey, there we go. Look at that. All right. I know. I blame Sarah too. It's Sarah's fault. Damn it, Sarah. All right, so here we are. We're back to this guy again. So what were we doing? We were here. We were here. We have our creases. Are these creased? Crease, edge loop complete. Boop. And did that go around to this one? It did. Alrighty. So now, hey, how we doing? I'm not Pablo, but that's okay. I know the.
Open again?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Put a chair in front of it.
Yeah. Keep them out cartoon style.
Yeah, you don't have to wedge it under there. It's just, for some reason, it's not clasping.
Keep them out.
Get out. All right, fucknut. Are you out?
This is important.
Yeah, I would have been kind of annoyed at you if you drove off with my keys.
I woke up, laughed, and been scared immediately after.
as long as you brought them back, I don't care. You have plenty of time to get them back. Is the car locked?
It is.
Okay, cool. What? No, it can't be my fault. All right, so now we go to keep creases and detect edges. So that should get everybody there. And we're also going to go X and Z. So we have a perfectly symmetrical part here. And now we are going to Z remesh. Boom. Look at that. Woo. Sexy. Clean. Low poly. We are a happy lad. And look, we got it in 372 as opposed to 1,000. All right, so now divide. Ooh. Our crease has disappeared, it seems. So we're going to uncrease all because it doesn't seem like they all stuck in. Crease edge loop. So we want that top to stay flat. And I think that might be it. Let's see. Divide. Yep, that's good. Divide. 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 See, this pinch may prove to be a pain in our butt at some point, but we are going to run with it right now anyway. Chances are we actually want this down a little more about there. All right. Okay. So we have a ring. We have our stone. So I'm picking where I want the stone to sit, right? And I don't want it too far above the finger because that's a long distance to try to wedge this thing in from the bottom. So if we're going to do that, I have to make sure we can do that. It might be a little weird. We might have to dig out a little more to wedge it in. We'll see. Or we might just make a separate top or a separate crown. These are all decisions we'll make later. So let's get this guy in here. We can see our stone. Let's divide this up to a usable. There we go. I'm going to uncrease all because I will want to be able to sculpt over that edge, and creasing it can make it really a nightmare sometimes. So, whoop. And here, let's just take this, blur it. Get it there. We're going to come here. And we're just going to drag this down a little bit. Okay. All right, so that's a nice little lip. You see what I mean? There's a nice little lip here. A nice little lip here. So now I have to decide kind of what we're looking for. Can I get enough? Can I hide enough of the edges where we still get enough for an interesting view, or do I have to change how I'm thinking about the mounting? We'll see. All right. Bloop. Hey, Fireball, how's it going? Okay, and thank you for the follow. I got to remember to thank people for follows. I always forget about them. I see it, it doesn't register to me. I'm a ding-dong sometimes. Sorry, guys. You get to deal with my ding-dongery. Okay, we're going to make this a little bigger. And I'm just going to subtract this out. So you can see the problem there. We're starting to lose that corner. So this is our weakest link side, it seems. Okay, hold on. So let us bring these in. Right. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to use as much of the stone and still have a controlled face, right? So if we're going to catch that stone, we can get it there, there, and there. So we're just going to knock this back for a second. And now we're going to come back over to, see, we might be able to slide it around to kind of get more. So we're going to go to the stone. And I'm going to drag it below that surface just so I can see it. Right. So now we can probably get a little bit more there, right? We do wind up losing quite a bit of this here. So let's take this here and kind of rotate it around. All right. So now let's come back to this. How are we doing this evening? For all of you just joining us, we're just starting a ring from the very beginning. So I've picked a stone, and we've decided it's going to be a male signet ring style, right? So as you can see what we have, this is the stone, right? And it really, what are you doing? Turn that off. And as you notice, it is this lovely opal right here. So the thing is, for this, it might be worth losing some of the view on the opal, or, you know, some of the opal size, right, to try to get an interest, because I want to approach it slightly differently and not just mount. You know, ovals are always mounted in however the gem cutter cut them, because let's face it, a gem cutter is going to try to get as much caratage out of it, you know, as many carats as possible. But what that leads opal jewelry to be is sort of, you know, hippie mounted. You know, it's like, oh, well, my mounting's got to match this. So it's going to be like, groovy, man. So I'm trying to figure out of how we can get a slightly different style ring as opposed to, hey, it's a bezel set, dude. And get something that's a little bit more mechanical and modern, and try to use these dynamic colors and dynamic forms with something that is, you know, a deep stylized setting as opposed to a really cool bezel set, man. That's my goal tonight. That's what I'm working with. Sorry if I offend your groovy, like, bezel set stuff, yo. Hey, man, you know, bezel sets are cool, dude. Why you gotta be a hater? Right? Does that get everyone? It does. Now, as you can see, we are losing visual carats, right? So the stone may not look quite as impressive, but one, this allows us for a couple of things. One, not cutting the stone to be perfect, thus in turn losing caratage. I know that's not really a word. I just like it. Caratage. How much caratage you got there? Now, see, this comes to a point where, see, this is now our low point right here, right? So can we get more by W coming this way? I think I can get more height out of that, right? And actually, if it's more to one side than the other, how flat is that top again? See, it's kind of galumpa-lumpy. So we're going to recess this in almost like enamel. Yeah, enameling. It's open enameling. All right, so actually, let's come back this way just a little. And sadly, I don't have a scan of the stone, so I don't know what my curves are. But at this point, what I'll wind up doing is doing this, and then we'll send a wax to it. We'll carve it out, and we'll see what happens. No, it's really cool. Bezel setting's rad. All right. So we can get a little more out of this, it seems. There and there. And I think we can squeak out a little bit more there. Right. Okay, so so we can get an opening that kind of looks like that. Is that what I want? I think that might be okay. Hello, I'm not Pablo. I'm mislabeled. I'm Tomas. Pleasure to meet you. Yes, no. Sometimes the titles don't change. So, yes, I'm not Pablo. Uh-oh, sir. You're not allowed to laugh that long. It considers you spamming. Welcome to Chatbot. Don't get too happy. It'll smack you down. You wrote it too long. Ha ha ha, it's fine, but ha 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 means you're manic and weird, and you should be watched by Chatbot. Protect me, Chatbot. You're my only hope. It's not true. OG1 Kenobi's my only hope. Hey, Abraham, how's it going? So I'm just trying to figure out a shape here. I'm not worried about where the stone's sitting in it yet. I'm not worrying about any of that just yet. Let's get ourselves a shape, and then we can figure out what the stone's doing. All right. Let's take trim dynamic here and kind of knock some of this back. Right. Get ourselves an angle in here. Oh, you feeling policed? It's not too much. You can never have too much laughter, Sarah. Never. Just never, ever. Okay. No, honestly, I would say that it's still ZBrush has not been adopted fully. I mean, I've been trying for 16 years to get the jewelry industry to recognize ZBrush. It's what I've been, it's the software I've been using for about 16 years. And there's some adoption. It's not as much as I would like, and I'm working on a number of things to try to get it to be the other way, obviously. But no, at the moment, sadly, it's not hugely adopted. But to be fair, every big custom design house or a custom design shop, one way or the other, will have a ZBrush user. So I feel like I'm doing something right, because nobody was using ZBrush for jewelry when I started. So water, it's important. What did Mikey do? Yeah, see, just saying, trying to be all cute with. I warned you. I told you, Nightbot's mean. Spambot doesn't put up with your all's crap. Yeah, Mikey's will figure way back in, I guess. I love that it thought he was spamming. There you go. You just can't take a warning, can you? You got kicked because you said ha 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 ha, even after it keeps telling you dorks that ha 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 is spam. It's warned you twice. Just saying. Pay attention. Spam bot will get you. All right, see, so we can't get too thin there because my stone will start to show through. So this is a Ma Dirty Blue. It was made by Michelangelo Hernandez. You can get it at the Pixologic site. One sec, I'll show you. Under support, if you go to resources, if you go to materials, matte caps, come down to matte, and it's the fourth from the bottom if I'm not mistaken. There it is. Ma Dirty Blue 1. And just download that. And there it is. Boop, boop. You're welcome for being a spammer and being kicked off. Maybe you should try being nicer. Nightbot will get you. I just love that it spammed you. That's beautiful. Ungrateful Nightbot. It cares not what you have done for me, Mikeys. It just thinks that you need to stop laughing. Because you are obviously too happy for this stream. No, it's not a real person. It's a bot. The one I'm using now is, what is it? The Logitech 920C. If you can afford is it Brio? That's their 4K one. If you can afford the Brio, I'd use it. It focuses better. It's a sharper lens. But yeah, I mean, as far as cheap, I mean, I think these are like $50. But they're good. I mean, but I think that the Brio will do 1080p at 60 frames a second, where this will only do 30 frames a second. So it's a slightly less sharp image. No, the one right before you got kicked was all ha 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 ha, boop, you're out. See, your last thing before it kicked you was ha 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 ha. Well, I want to set it from behind. So whether that means at some point I cut this, make a keyed in bezel and set it down over, because I don't think I'm going to be able to cut this out straight enough to set it in from behind. That's so funny. I have like 5 of them. I keep buying them because I think I keep losing them. They're cheap though, so I keep buying them. So that's okay. No, as far as webcams go, they're great. I mean, I've never had a problem with them. But like I said, the Brio is sharper and it can stream 60 frames a second. So that's something, I guess. I mean, you ask me, I don't know. It's all the same crap to me, honestly. You know, honestly, I've had mine for, I think I just bought it on Amazon, if I remember right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just picked it up on Amazon. I think it was less than $50 if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I don't pay that much attention. Usually I just buy the things I need and move on. I'm bad that way. All right. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing tonight? Tonight I am just working on, I have an opal, and I'm just kind of making a men's signet ring based on it, or making a men's signet ring that will take it. I wanted something that's more modern. I also wanted a pretty rigid frame, because so much of opals are bezel set, and I'm just really tired of bezel setting, so I wanted to do something different. Well, you just got here a little late. What I did was here, I think we can probably go back. Because we're still pretty close to block up. These little things right here are going to cause me grief later. I know it. I'll just remesh it. Come on, you can do it. Doing well, actually. So, as you can see, what I did was I took a base ring size. Come on, you. Base ring size. Come on, switch. I had my base. Oh my God, are you kidding me? my base ring size. And then I just stretched it up because I had the stone, right? So turn on transparency and you can see the stone. So I just stretched it up to where the stone was kind of set up where I get the most out of the middle. Oh my goodness, sorry. And then I just started dividing. And then it just came up to, carving out the space, figuring out what shape would fit it. And now I'm just kind of fine-tuning that shape to the point where we're now here. That was it. That's how I blocked it up. As small a geometry as possible. That's the thing to remember. Teeny tiny geometry. And now we turn off transparency. We turn off our lines. Things have been very good, actually. Yeah, no complaints. Honestly, things have been pretty mellow. I mean, really, this hasn't changed my life too much. I mean, there are things at the grocery store you can't get and the such, but for the most part, not bad. I'm sorry to hear about mental health issues. Those are always real and, troublesome without a doubt. All right. Can you cast the ring around the stone? No, you can't cast rings around opals. It'll explode them. Diamonds and some sapphires, depending on the metal you're casting, you can cast in place. But no, sadly, an opal would just... No, it's not going to do that very good for an opal. Do you use ZModeler? Yes, almost always. I use ZModeler. Exactly. I am the firm believer in get your model up high through subdivisions and then be able to use the subdivisions throughout the designing process to be able to retain your workability, I guess, being able to retain the mesh, where it where it has all the capabilities of having your subdivisions. Do I create your realistic 3D model before? Before what? No, this is me making the model. So there is no before this. I don't sketch usually. Some people give me design sketches and stuff, but for my workflow personally, no, I very rarely have an idea of what I'm doing before I'm going into it. I like to find my lines and forms a little bit more organically than doing huge workups on the models before I start sculpting. That makes no sense to me. I'm a better sculptor than a drawer, so it makes no sense for me to pre-sketch or anything like that, because I don't know, I like that is not the shift button, Tomas. Is this undoing? No, I hate that. Control N. I knew something was wrong there. Control Shift C. Boop, boop. There we go. That is not the shift button, Tomas. That's the shift button. Okay. is that bent like that? Well, I mean, what are we talking about? Realistic 3D? I mean, you know, I have. You know what? I don't know if I've posted any of those actually. Let's see. Lanya. Oh crap! I didn't post a story today, did I? See, I suck at this social media thing. I keep forgetting to. That's funny. This is what I'm looking for. I mean, you know, what do you consider realistic models? You know, pseudo-realistic squid. I mean, monkeys. Monster wasps. The wasp is pretty realistic. The crab is pretty realistic. Where is that? I mean, you know, the devil head. He's fairly realistic. Where'd he go? You know, I mean, he's fairly realistic. I mean, I used to do portrait work, right? So, you know, there's Napoleon. He's fairly realistic. Is that what you're asking? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, she's badass. I don't know where we got this weird dent here. I don't know. I feel as if I don't want it there. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling I don't want a square bottom ring. So we'll just take it off, lower our res. And this is why we keep all our resolutions. I can come down here and kind of just lower that out. We'll just smooth a little bit more of that away. Alright. It's a little bit better shape. I don't know where I did that. That's strange. Okay. Am I upset? About what? Why would I be upset? I have no reasons to be upset. It takes a lot to make me upset. Well, yeah, we'll stick with that. It takes a lot to get me upset. Kind of. Well, we're getting there. I mean, we just started, so I'm still I mean, this is still what I would consider sculptural block up, right? There are tons of decisions that I have yet to make about the ring, so I consider this still kind of block up. I don't have many decisions made at this point. I don't want it to be that soft. All right. I'm not hitting the stone anywhere, am I? Nope. Thank you. All right. Remember to go back up in your resolution so when you smooth out at this point, you're not knocking everything off. Okay. Yeah. So how has everyone's week been? Anybody partake in social disorder? Anyone protesting out there? I think it's great that people are protesting. It's nice. The whole burning your own neighborhood to the ground, that's not necessarily the greatest, but to be fair, it's usually not people from the neighborhood who are coming in and burning things down, I guess. Well, I mean, the thing is I still have all my subdivisions. So if I run into any issues, like, the penultimate and ultimately incredibly overly repeated issue that I hear is, well, Tomas, you're sculpting in high res. How are you ever going to get the lumps out of your surfaces? And to be deadly honest, it's really easy because I also have all of my lower res. So if I want to come in and smooth some of this out, I just lower res. And then come in and smooth at my lower res, right? And since this is early on, I'm not being too careful. I'm just trying to get everything sort of smooth. Come back in and smooth it out. Right? Higher res. Smooth. Higher res. Smooth. And you can see like that's pretty lumpy. Well, you just go down a little bit more. And sadly, a lot of that base geometry there. When it remeshed it remeshed with this pinch. So until I Z-remesh, we might not ever be able to get that pinch out. But at this moment, who cares? Because I still have a lot of work to do on it. All right, so high res. And now you're back at 6 million. Things are smooth, right? So that's how I tend to control my surfaces. Yeah, that's the one. Surfaces. I was at the 2019 summit and watched the Hasbro guy. Is there something that you would like me to see in the Hasbro guy? To be fair, it's been a while. I can't really remember everything, but yeah. You're all confusing me. I don't know what the hell you're talking about anymore. Oh, that is so good. That would be funny. But no, the Hasbro guy was not me. 'Twas not me. The last time I presented at the ZBrush Summit was 2016, I think. So it's been a while. They don't want me there anymore. I haven't been invited back. I don't know. Not completely convinced on that. Oh. Hello, kind and gentle folk. I see that more people are showing up. How we doing? Just kind of futzing around and trying to make a ring for this opal. Right, and I kind of want it to be a signet ring, so I'm trying to use the opal as sort of background color as opposed to just doing a bezel setting. So in some ways we're losing visible carats, but at the same time, it's a pretty opal too. Actually, it's a pretty opal. It's a gorgeous opal. That's the side. But look at that, right? That's gorgeous. A very lovely thing. Very lovely. Lovely. So As you can see, we have the stone there, but I'm trying to get it in some format to be something that's more of a hard shape as opposed to a bezel form. So I'm just futzing around with things right now. I have no idea where I'm going with it. So it will change, I assure you. It will change, I assure you. Let's go there. All right. No, I show up every year. I'm just hassling. They don't need to invite me for me to show up. Now, doing this stuff exactly, it's not really worth it because I don't know the exact, right? That's just off a caliper measurement. So I'm missing some exactitude in my stone here. So I'm just trying to get, excuse me, something interesting. And then we will continue from that. But I don't know what interesting is yet. I still want to try to retain some sort of hard edging so we lose some of the, oh, I make a bezel set. Because everything opal is bezel set, basically. It's just like, And this is another reason I like working at the high resolution first, because I can start to make aesthetic decisions about surfaces and the subtlety of pinches and things like that. So instead of blocking out at low res, I like to block out at high res so I can make some more solid concrete decisions just based on, like that. Where if I were doing the traditional, hey, let's block up at 600,000. It's like there's no mesh there. And doing it 5 times is annoying, right? It's like if I'm trying to get this to be an edge, doing it here, coming up and doing it here, coming up and doing it here, makes no sense to me. I just think that keep it at a high res, you can do much more with your initial block out, I think. Or at least I can. It lets me, experiment with where my surfaces are. It lets me find design elements now as opposed to waiting. And you can see I'm not really trying for big detail at the moment, right? I'm just trying to decide where and what my surfaces are doing. I didn't bother projecting on this. I don't have enough detail here to worry about projection. But here, let's just retopologize this now. You can see that I was doing geometry on the thin side, not the fat side. That's another thing you have to watch out for when you have a misshapen stone or a irregular. It's by no means misshapen. It's irregular. So hold on, let me just get a wee bit more of this back to where we're going. Because the one thing we cannot have is stone popping out of the edges. All right, now And now I'm going to duplicate this. Going to hide these two. Going to lower my res. Smooth some of this out. Because in the retopo, I don't want it trying to think about keeping brush strokes in, right? So we're just going to make it smooth. Right? Alrighty. And so now we come over to ZBrush. I do not have no, I don't want to keep groups, so we're going to keep groups. And I don't think any of these edges are sharp enough to detect edges, so we're going to forget that. But we will keep X and Z on. And instead of 0.1, we're going to go to 0.5. And now we are going to ZBrush. Hey, come here. And let's look at our reprojection. Do we have any, see that little star pinch right there? I don't particularly like that. So we're going to hit ZBrush again and see if we can, it moves it down a little. That looks pretty good though. So that's looking pretty good, right? We're at 3,000 polys. So I'm going to actually take this back down to 1, or let's go to 0.2. ZBrush. Much smaller. That's looking good. I don't like these star points. They create weird pinches, but because of our geometry, we're kind of stuck with it. So now I'm going to come in here to ZModeler, and I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to remove a bunch of this geometry from inside here, because I don't want this much geometry loaded to the inside of my, this is wasted geometry. So when I start dividing, that will give us, actually we'll just get rid of that right now too. There we go. And you see now when we start doing our quad divisions, there's going to be a lot more geometry on the outside of the ring than the inside of the ring. That's a bonus. So we're going to divide. Okay. Right. And so now it's like, well, is there enough here that I really like that I need to reproject? Nope. But we'll throw this on so we can at least see our stone. And as you see, we start to clip the edge off that. So we know we need meat here, right? So let's choose here. There we go. All right. Right. I don't think there were any new features necessarily. I think it was more a stability upgrade. What does reproject do? No, I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. I'm not Paulo, I'm Tomas. So Pablo speaks Spanish, I don't. I used to, but drowning resolved that problem. Yeah, you need to stop that. Obviously, chatbot has no sense of humor, so no ha ha ha, because it views that as spam because it thinks that you're putting out, like a bunch of different faces, or it doesn't know what the characters are, so it just sees repeating characters, and spammers do that, so it just views that as spam. Joy on ya. Yeah, I don't have time to retopologize by hand. That would make me absolutely crazy. I just try to get it. Honestly, it does a really good job for me. I don't really have big problems with the retopology. I mean, every once in a while there's some weird things like the stars that'll eventually get in my way. But for the most part, I don't really have big issues with it. I find that the algorithms work pretty well. I think they work fairly well. Point 4. Okay. Oh, I'm dying over here. Alrighty, so we know that we actually need meat here, even though I try to keep getting rid of it, so that means I need to reevaluate what to do with this area. So instead of cutting it in, we're just going to add out. Sure. And that's why I say this is still block up. I have no idea what I'm doing yet. So instead of doing it there, maybe we'll change the shape and size of our ring here and do something interesting with metal from the top. And then this way I can get my hard surfaces here, I think. Who knows? We will find out soon enough. Okay. It's getting a little more sci-fi looking. And so you can see I can always just lower my geo and let the low res issues take place here in low res. All right, so I just kind of shove that out there and kind of like where we're going with it. So let's make a decision about this. We want this, as I come out, I want this up off the ring base because I don't want this to become uncomfortable. Like I don't want pinching going this way. So whenever I come out on top of the ring hole, I tend to want to make sure to get it up off the ring so it's not becoming a pinch point, right? I mean, you can, I guess. I never bother. I mean, I can get hard enough surfaces by just doing this. I mean, I'm not going to go back and remodel it down to one surface, no. I mean, you know, if you want to block it up that low and leave it that low, fine. It's just, I tend to do a lot of other things with the rings and ring surfacing, so, or any jewelry surfacing, so I find that I will very rarely keep that low res model, unless of course it is something like a sphere or a cylinder, or you know, something that is a primitive to begin with and it's going to stay a primitive. You know, sometimes I will leave it low. Let's do this. Mm-mm. All right. I don't have any problems getting back to clean edges as long as I've retained my subdivisions. You can get back to clean edges really simply. So no, I don't ever, I'm not that worried about it. Well, yeah, the functional aspect is if you're putting detail around your ring, it keeps your ring from flattening all the detail. The other thing is it prevents, it helps prevent smushing of the ring. Like often you'll get rings and they'll come to you in their big ovals. Well, that's because this was just able to be squished like just squished really, really bad. Right? So, of course, there's a functional reason for it. It is so you can strike it and not trash a ring. I don't know, does it need to be more functional than that? I do use Dynamesh, but only as a transitional mesh. Like, let's say I know that I now want to do some bridging or something like that off of this mesh. So I can't do that with this mesh. So often I will duplicate. I'll come in, I'll Dynamesh. Turn X off. Remesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower. Remesh by Dynamesh. Boop. And so if I know that I'm doing things that I want any of my transitions in my in the customize menu of your gizmo, so I'll Dynamesh to go to that. Crap. I Dynamesh the wrong one. I did. Hold on. Undo that. Come to this. Dynamesh this. That one has history of all the other stuff I did, so I don't want to use that one. We'll do this one, remesh by Dynamesh. Oh, and we will kill ZBrush. Kill ZBrush. Are people's shoulders supposed to sound like that? I don't think they are. Hold on, let's hide that one. There we go. Yeah. Do I want the project or the tool? We'll take the tool. Edit. Do I wear eye protection? I have glasses. Do I need eye protection? I'm not throwing up many sparks. Why are you so noisy? I have no answer for how noisy it is. Did you hear that? No, that's just me going like this. That's like popping your fingers. That's these bones in here popping. I don't think it can be good for you. I refuse to believe that that's good for you. I don't know. I don't see it. Be careful, Sarah. Don't be laughing too much. You know what'll happen. All right, so now, is this a Dynamesh? Yes. So if I knew that I wanted to do something like this, turn symmetry on. Things that you can only do in Dynamesh, right? Let's mask this off. right? But you knew that you wanted something like turn on Sculptures Pro. Right, so if I knew that I wanted to do something as such, now we just W, turn off symmetry, turn off symmetry. And then if I were to re-dynamesh it now, right, so now we're creating shells. Right, so now that is a shell, right? So in that case, I've done that. I need it Dynamesh to do that, right? Now I would come back in, ZRemesh, hold on, duplicate. Or really, I would just come over here and push our lovely plugin. Q. I would take this, come over to So Much Monsters, decide how many subdivision levels I want. If 4 is fine, we'll start at 1,000. I think 1,000 will do. Let's go subdivision 5. Recreate subdivision levels. And now we just hit remesh. Okay. And hopefully this will just do it. I think I have those set correctly. If we start to lag, it's just my CPU. What kind of eye protection? You mean like blue shift eye protection? Care UI? All right, well, while this is thinking, we'll look at Care UI. So they're charging you to do a blue shift filter? Are they sending you something? I like frequently asked questions. Can I get my money back? That's so funny. Yeah, cool. I've yet to really worry about my, no, I'm probably going to lose my eyes tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. You like my crown? And so your ZRemesh, but I didn't pay attention to my points. My bad. But it ZRemeshes it. And so that's how you do it. You come in, duplicate, Dynamesh, futz with it. But that's not what I want. We're going back to here. Okay, so now let's come back to here and figure out what we are doing. This is where planar flattened line comes in handy. Just go from one to the other. And so now I know that that is a nice straight edge. Do I want this to be a straight edge? I don't know. Let's see. Planar. Whoa. Do we like sharp edges? I think we are going to go for sharp edges. Planar flattened line. Let's go from there to there. Boop. Okay, what's that look like? I think we're going to soften that curve. I don't want that sharp. We do want the sharp. We do want this sharp. Oops. Might have got a little overzealous there. Okay. Yep. I always want control over my geometry, right? Because it allows me to, put geometry where I want it. Like, I don't have as much geometry on the inside of the ring as I do on the outside of the ring because I'm working on the outside of the ring, right? So that's where I want the geometry. Or at least that's the goal. At least my goal. Because only until you have control over your geometry do you have control over your model. If that makes any sense at all. Gotta make sure I'm doing that on the right side, otherwise one side's thinner than the other of my stone. So I just have to make sure. Das ist okay. Righto. So I'm just trying to find a shape that will give me enough of my gemstone to show, right? But I still want it kind of set back and being used more as a color than, your traditional opal setting. The other thing is I want to kind of protect that opal. Right. Well, Dynamesh to use the gizmo tools because they are one subdivision only tools. And often I'm doing big changes when I'm going in. If I'm going to use those tools like this late in the game, I'm there to make some fairly large changes. And so Dynamesh is just a good place to make big changes because you can stretch it. You can use Sculptress Pro. You can get mesh where you want it. There's a lot going on there. So it's an easy place to work with your Dynameshes. They are good for that kind of stuff. It completely depends. There are no concrete rules for that stuff. It depends. Sometimes I'll just lower it and delete everything above, do my gizmo stuff. It depends on what I'm doing. There aren't everyone. It's funny. One of the problems with people just learning ZBrush is they're looking for rules, right? Oh, if this happens, then I do that. Oh, if this happens, then I do that. Oh, if I'm trying to get this, then I do that. It's almost impossible to set up rules that way because there are 1,000 ways to solve every problem depending on your workflow. So those are very difficult questions to ask. If you're asking a very specific question, hey, Tomas, I don't have enough geometry in this model to get sharp edges here. Well, okay, so is that worth remeshing right now? Is it something you need to, those are just very, very difficult things to give a single answer to. And I know, Carmeet, that you're looking for a rule, and there aren't any, so stop looking for rules. Stop overthinking and get in there and work, woman. I know what you were looking for. Don't act innocent. Well, that's perfectly legitimate way of doing it. There is no answer. It depends on everything, each individual thing. Yeah, unless you're trying to do for print, and then use my workflow because it's definitely the best. Yeah, I have control over my model from the very beginning because we're dealing with very small scale objects, and honestly, it's just a waste of time to go super low scale and then high scale. I have all my low scale tools by retaining my subdivisions, but I can come in and make decisions like this, which are high resolution decisions, right? I'm like, okay, well, what do I want those edges to look like? And then as I go along, I start to develop the vocabulary of the piece, which you can't do at low res. So I prefer to do my surface blocking out in high res. And then everyone, like I said, everyone's like, wow, Tomas, you have high res. Look, you'll never smooth that out. Well, sure I will. Watch. I go 1, 2, 3, smooth. Ta-da. Look at that. I can get as smooth as anybody with their, low res block up, but I can do it whenever. Where I see so many people coming up and going straight into Dynamesh. And the second you're in Dynamesh, you've completely thrown away your control of the mesh. It's over. Okay, give me 1 second. Must run to the potty. I've been drinking water all day. I will be right back. Oh, potty break. So early, I know. Howdy ho! Sorry about that. My pills make me pee a lot. Sorry. I mean, my rules are keep your geometry. There you go. That's a rule. No, it's very hard. I mean, it's not, it completely depends. I don't know. No, don't hurt yourself. No hurting oneself. Allergies are making my eyes itchy. Sorry. All right. I'm glad you're okay. That's important. No injuries on my watch, man. That wouldn't be clever. Nightbot will come get you, Sarah. I see you trying to be cute over there. I'm just saying, just think of every cute little trick that a 14-year-old kid spammer is going to do, and I guarantee a Nightbot's looking out for it. If you get hammered because you're practical joking, I will laugh. Nightbot's got its eyes on you. It's watching out for your little tricks. It knows all about you. Can I use that in real? Do you mean this piece? Will I be able to cast it and print it, cast it? Yeah, of course. That's what I do. Is that what you were asking? Yes, this piece is actually designed to be a real piece. You don't have the the Nightbot on YouTube. You can laugh all you want. See, YouTube's not owned by Facebook. That's the first thing. Zuckerberg doesn't want you laughing. Yeah, well, I guess that's actually Bezos, isn't it? That makes much more sense. Bezos doesn't want you laughing. Which is kind of funnier in some weird ways. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm here. That's what I teach. I do ZBrush for, I primarily do jewelry, but a lot of this is usable for any kind of small manufacturing, miniatures, furniture, small art objects, toys. So the rules and stuff that I teach you, rules, are really designed for manufacturing. Yeah, without a question. Exact same. Because once again, you need to control your geometry from word one because you have small objects. Two, you need to know how to prepare your small objects for print. There's no difference at all in this and like D&D miniatures and stuff as far as the techniques that I teach in that context. Well, I firmly believe that everything is about mesh management. Well, there's, of course, design, but I think as far as the manufacturing end as opposed to the design end, everything is about mesh management. Hey, Rathian, how's it going? Well, so much of what I teach is about light reflection and mesh management. So being able to manage your reflection or how your model deals with light, it makes everything better. I mean, well, isn't that interesting? How do we get all bowed out like that? Well, to be fair, my streams have been, well, this one's always the same, but I haven't really been diligent on my personal stream, sadly. That hopefully will come soon. I have to wait for Elon Musk's, what is it, Starlink, because where I'm at, we get absolute garbage internet, and there's no solution. So I have to wait for some wonderful modern super answer. And I think if Musk is on target, even though he just sent SpaceX to concentrate on Starship or whatever it's called. Well, I think it's, to be deadly honest, I think it's good for everything. I think a lot of people forget that we are actually sculpting. And that means, as a sculptor, you try to control, where your viewer's eyes are going and how they think about an object. That's yours to control. And so you should be trying to control that. I mean, those are the tools that you use to dictate where a viewer is viewing, right? So, I find it important. Actually, it can be polygroups. I think that auto masking could come in handy. Exactly. I think that polygroups are definitely part of the mesh management story, without a question. What we're kind of talking about, though, is instead of going to Dynamesh and working in Dynamesh with one subdivision level, or if you're lucky, two subdivision levels, I like to keep my quad models. I like them to start. You're better off if you can get a quad model, your first base model to be a quad model of under 700 polys. And if you're under 700 polys in your base model, you can get up to 9 subdivision levels and be in the 4 million poly range. And that allows you to start out with a very low, sculptable, high poly range with a lot of subdivision levels. And the subdivision levels are what allow you to truly control your mesh. It allows me to sculpt up here in 4 to 6 million and start to define the subtleties of my forms in high res, and then be able to do some of the posing tricks and also being able to have high resolution model and still move it and twist it without trashing all the work you've done. You need a large division between your high and low subdivision levels. And so my technique is to work in high res from the beginning and then drop to low res when you need low res things done. And low res things are like smoothing and moving without trashing your geometry, that kind of thing. So you have the capacity to control your model much longer if you're doing it high res with a bunch of subdivision levels. Or so I find. Are you saying we have like a 1 minute lag? Is it that bad? 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. No. We're actually doing pretty good. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying you had a lag. Uh-oh. No, don't be doing that to me. There's no reason for that. There we go. Right. Yeah, because that means you can get 9 subdivision levels usually if you can work in that 4 million. I think it's like 4.3 is what it turns out if it's at 700. Allergies are a living hell. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's turn transparency on. Yep, it's real close there. This is the only disadvantage of trying to take advantage of an odd-shaped stone, is that you do have to deal with all that material that you can't get rid of, even though you want to. All right. Right on. ZBrush or abort after use it. I have no idea. Thank you very much, Andre. I mean, I'll be here for many an hour, so I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, Saeed. I mean, there are a number of errors, you know. I would have to see it. If you have a screenshot of it, I can look at it. Indeed. My eyes are really bothering me tonight. I don't know what happened here. What are you getting frustrated about? Well, chances are Pixo's support is going to get you much farther along than I am. Because if I get an error, I just try something else usually. Game frustration. Can't help there. It's been so long since I played games. I've been trying to figure out ZBrush and then how to get my education stuff sorted out, and I spend so much time on the computer. I don't think right now I could enjoy my off time or my leisure time being on the machine. It's too much at the moment. The only reference I used was the stone, just so the stone is a real shape or real measurement. I mean, the actual opal will be obviously more uncontrolled, I think, than the one that I made. But this way we can at least get something in and on, and something we can dig the opal out and kind of get a size on it. And then, or as we get closer to the end of this and to the reality of the project, we could feasibly get the opal scanned, and I can make it very exacting. It can either be done here or it can be done by hand on the bench with the jeweler. So that just comes down to however we work it out. Well, the updates are free update. There's no reason in the world for you not to be updating. Maybe we can take advantage of that. Let's see. Nope. We cannot take advantage of that. They're too far apart for that to be anything useful. Come on. There we go. So I'm just trying to do something a little different for opals. Instead of doing a bezel set. Sorry, I had a brain freeze there. Just trying to come up with something a little different, a little interesting. Make something a little bit more modernistic and structured as opposed to our hippie bezel sets. Hey man, that's a really cool bezel set you got there, yo. It's really cool. Yeah, cool. How will that look on the finger? I'm not sold yet. I'm not completely sold on this yet. I'm not sure if I'm picking up what I'm laying down. Ooh. I just throw down lines and see what I see. That's why, like, a lot of times I'm am very rough with my lines until I get around to smoothing, because I'm just looking for little corners and gestures that, are reading kind of interesting. And so, like you can see, since I raised that, I'm like, okay, well, what's it look like if we, kind of cut this back down, right? So I'll kind of just show you what I'm thinking, right? I raised this up, not necessarily intentionally, but I did. And so now let's keep that raised, which means these are transitions, and this is a transition. Right? And so we'll keep a hard edge there. Trim front. So now I know that that is flush, so I can come in, hold down Alt, and that'll take it all the way across. I know that I need to build up some there. Trim front. Alt, there we go. So now we can kind of look here, see if I want that to be that square. Right, I don't know. I'm just looking for silhouettes right now. I would still say that I am in a sculptural block up stage, right? Because at this point I've yet to really decide on the shape of the ring. I'm deciding if I like straight lines, do I like curved lines, This is just purely wrapping my head around the forms that I'm seeing and what I want to keep. And that's, all of this, like I said, is just sort of like high-res block up. Do I want this to come out? Do I want it to cut back in? I want a little bit more airspace there. Trim front. Knock that back. Decide if that's enough. No, want to go back more. Right. Okay, I think I like that. Maybe. Right, trim front. So I'm kind of starting to like this intersection here because it's pseudo-mechanical, but it also almost looks like a femur, right? So see where that goes. If Mike got banned, I'll pee myself laughing. That's super funny. I don't know why it's making noise. I just don't know. See you guys trying to be clever. Clever. All right, go back to clay tubes, and I'm going to see about taking that surface back, right? So I don't know. I think maybe we'll bring it down here. Give it a little more thickness, and then we'll kind of push that femur shape, right? We have that edge. But once again, remember, We can't cut back too far in there because the stone is very close to the surface on some of these. I love the smell of coffee, but the group that just left burned one of their coffees, so now all I smell is burnt coffee. It's really annoying. Burnt coffee. What do you mean what gear I'm using? You mean my machine, or are you talking about... Oh, good. No, actually, I listen to books on tape. I'm myopic OCD, and so I get into loop reasoning really easily. And so if I listen to music, it actually winds up sort of... Like if I'm doing this and I'm kind of talking to you guys, music's fine because my brain is concentrating on that. But like at home, if I listen to music, I can just really, really easily get into loops, where listening to books on tape or stories, blogs are tough, or because they are usually like 30-minute sections. And then I have to stop and deal with the music every 30 minutes, and that starts to get old. It breaks my rhythm. So I tend to listen to books. I have a 24-inch Cintiq with the Pro engine. And I'm not sure. I know it has 64 gigs of RAM and an 18-core i9 or something like that. I don't know. At home, I have an Origin build and my 24-inch Cintiq, and yeah, I've been pricing new computers. My computer's getting old, and it's horrifying. I think the last one I priced was like $57,000. I mean, you know, what's a terabyte of RAM? I mean, come on, guys. That's only fair, right? Don Giovanni. love Don Giovanni. It is an absolute badass opera full of badassery. Some good stuff. I'm not ashamed to say I like opera. There's some good opera in the world. Explain what you're looking at. A ring. It's sort of going to be a men's signet ring. The opal is this one. Right? So instead of doing the standard bezel setting, right, where you get all of your viewing, I really wanted to kind of shut it down. So unlike most opal settings, I'm using it more just like background color than the bezel setting. I want there to be a story in the metal. I don't know what that story is yet, but it's kind of what. You want me to commission an opera? Well, I think a few more of you are going to have to join my class before I can commission an opera. No. Either I am going to make it where, and I don't think, if the stone were smaller, I can make it where it sets from the back, right? It just has a hole here, and then there's metal that you can push over, right? And that'll hold it in. So you're setting it from behind. Basically, your prongs are back here. But because of how this stone is set up, what I am probably going to do is something in this vein where we take a cube. Let's see. Something in this vein. 1 second. Let's. Where is it? Oh, it's up here. So probably do something in this vein where we use it. Hold on, let's divide this just so it's not so destructive to my mesh. All right, that should be fine. So if we take this, we come in here, we turn this on. We turn this on. We can hold down Control. Actually, we would do this as well. So we'd make that a negative. We'd make that a negative. And we would make that a start. And so to preview, we can kind of come down here, hit Boolean. And so I'll decide where I want that to cut. And no, not you. You. Turn that off so I can see that. Let's make that additive for right now. There we go. And so this way I can come in here and I can choose where I want that line to be, right? So we'd probably go with that. As it's sitting now, we'd go with that cut line, right? And so now I would come in here, we drag this down to here, we make this negative again, and we would go as such. And we have to turn, okay, that's fine, that's on. Come here. No transparency, none of that. Boolean folder. And obviously I would do this again later because I don't have it sculpted, but I'll show you this process, right? So we come in here. And boop, that gives us this part of the ring, right? And you can see it has the opal cut out there. And then all I would do is come back in here. I'm going to move this up, keep that as cutter, make that intersection though. We have to make sure everybody's turned on. Let's preview that to make sure it's what it is and see how it's, see what's gray there. So now we go Boolean folder. Well, yeah, you don't cast an opal into anything, it'll blow up. Only diamonds and sapphires are you really going to cast into place. And if they have any problems with them at all, I mean, like if they're cracks, if they're bad cut, if they're, you know, anything that's going to be a surface issue, it'll just, the diamonds will just pop like popcorn. It's very attractive. So now you can see that by doing that, we have created the top part with a key and the bottom part with a slot. And so now you see it'll just be a trap and that'll key in. Depending on what's going on over here, I'd probably have a key in a little bit deeper there. And that way, when you set it, it'll be really tight. And it'll almost fuse, and then you can just either tap it with the lathe, like make a little place here and here, make a little place here, and then just tap it with the laser, and then you just file that down, and that'll hold, right? So that's how you would make the, or that's how I am thinking I will make the seat for this, right? But I'll have to wait to get a scan of the stone so we know it actually fits. This is the rough size, so I can design this way, but still it needs that final fitting for sure. Oh, I thought you said commission an opera. Yeah, of course. I'm always willing to discuss freelance work. The only issues I have are right now I'm fairly busy, or I'm going to become fairly busy very soon with my education stuff. But I'm always willing to talk about stuff. If I can't do it, I have a bunch of students, right, who are very capable. So I can always pass you to someone who is very talented if, you know, if you don't particularly care for my work or pricing schedule. But yes, of course, we can always talk about it. Just email me. One sec. Oh. I'm on my British keyboard. Sorry. That's an @ obviously. Just email me. That's the easiest way to start talking about it. Oh yeah. Right. Hmm. So has everyone been good? Everyone healthy? Everyone happy? Anything exciting and new in anyone's lives? Have we been doing anything interesting? Anybody been out protesting? Yeah, I don't drink soda at all. Water. Wasser ist gut for you. I drink 2.5 of these a day. So I drink a little over a gallon of water a day. Yeah. It seems like that's something that a lot of people have been trying to do. I started a class and we expected maybe like 25 people and we got 40 people. So we had to split the class in two. We had so many people. So that was fascinating. I think people were out and ready to learn. I think this is a time when online education could very well kind of take its place, because let's face it, COVID isn't going anywhere that we know of, and it doesn't take much to have an outbreak. Did you see the one guy in South Korea? He went to 4 bars and infected, or they can track over 100 cases to him going out to 4 bars. 100 cases, 4 bars. Holy Hannah. That's madness. It's crazy talk. Poor guy just wanted to have some fun. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm old or I live with someone who's even older. I have a 77-year-old asthmatic smoker in the house, and let me tell you, I don't want to be the person that has to call my friend and say, oh yeah, your mom's dead, sorry. I thought it'd be cute. Yay, New York. Yeah, good luck. Be careful. Thank you, Emmanuel. Yeah, I tell you, it's it's going to be fascinating because, I mean, the whole thing, people didn't really protest because at the end of the day, people didn't want to, lose their jobs or, there was a lot to lose for everyone. You don't want to lose your job or this or that by going and protesting, or, you can't protest 9 days in a row if you have a job. So I think that the high unemployment is actually allowing the protesting to actually get some momentum. And, hallelujah. I mean, it's funny because people keep saying stupid things and getting busted for it, and show a black square, don't show a black square, la 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 la. No, I think that, obviously Black Lives Matter, and I think that, there is a disproportionate chance if you are a young black male to walk out of your house and get shot as opposed to me. So I think it's a great thing that they're protesting. The looting stuff I find a little annoying. And I mean, don't take this as a call to violence or anything, but I mean, if you're going to be protesting and you want to do something, don't burn down your house, burn down a police station. If you're Mitch McConnell's house, something useful, don't burn down your own neighborhood. But at the same time, a lot of the people who are doing the burning and sacking and stuff are well-organized systems of chaos, so I don't know, it's hard. I mean, I do think it's wonderful that people are protesting, though. No, I agree. I completely agree, without a doubt. But, at the same time, like in Seattle, this last attack, I guess it was Saturday or whatever, I only got small batches of it. I didn't see the news. But, you have issues when all of a sudden the police decide that they are going to, activate we had curfews in Seattle, and, a lot of the protesters, and the peaceful protesters, are ignoring the curfew, and that's, part of the protest. It's like, oh, no, we are going to continue to stay out here past curfew. Well, now, that is quote unquote lawless behavior that then can be acted upon. And so, I do think there's a level of absurdity to, we are going to break up protest about police brutality with police brutality. I think that one's a little on the weird side. I don't know. I'm glad they're doing it. I'm glad they're protesting. I don't think... I think there's very legitimate reasons to be doing all of the above. But at the same time... And I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying I'm skeptical of the level of change that will happen with this administration and the lawyers that they have put in as judges and the such. I think it's going to be a very difficult uphill climb for this one, obviously. Because, well, let's face it, we do have so many racists in power. It's tricky. Yeah, what I'm that's exactly what I'm worried about. I think that, I worry that, the COVID protesters are going to get hammered by COVID. And I think that would be a real issue. What is it? Nevada's almost out of beds and Mississippi's almost out of beds or whatever. It's just like, well, you dorks, you opened up bowling, it's like, here, everyone go to church and go bowling. Hey, oh goodness, look, this silly COVID thing came back. Who knew? That's a shocker. I don't know. I don't think people are taking the COVID thing as serious as I think it probably should be taken. I think. I don't know. I mean, the sucker's already killed, hundreds of thousands of people, and we're not doing anything to stop it anymore. So it's like, yeah, I know the title didn't switch over. Pablo went on before me. Well, I think everyone should have a figure in their portfolio. I mean, the understanding of the human anatomy and, just, I think that it's good to have as much as you can in your portfolio. I don't really work with environmental artists, or, I'm not in the gaming world, or the film world as it may be. I'm a manufacturer, so I'm looking for just your sculpting ability, right? So I'm not exactly sure what they want to see, but I can only imagine that they want to see diversity, would be my guess. And if you have any kind... Is symmetry not turned on? No, it just was looking weird, sorry. So in that case, I would argue that you probably want... No. Turn symmetry off. X. No. Come on. Boop. Trim front. Trim front. Right, now we bring everybody back, turn symmetry back on. And now you take planar and redo this, and that will get everyone. Right? Make sense? Yeah. Well, I don't, at this point, I don't know if you could call anyone a hypocrite. They're all, I think that because terrorism is still a very active thing in our world, you're never going to be able to get any of them away from collecting data. And I think it's heinous how they've behaved, how the Democrats have behaved. And we punish the whistleblowers, we destroy their lives, and I don't know if any of you have actually read Snowden's book, the first one, but it's amazing. And, he actually was incredibly careful about how he released information, and he was very well informed about how he did it, and the information he put out there I think was incredibly important. And just how we used a law from like the 1800s to, get around the whistleblowing protection. And, in a lot of ways, that was all Pelosi. And so I think that, sadly and very unfortunately, I think that the people in power do things to stay in power, obviously, right? But we very, very, very much need term limits and campaign finance reform, and where it's not 2 years of friggin' running for president, but like they actually do their damn jobs. And then the fourth year, or your second year, House or Senate or whatever, everybody gets free TV time, and we have real debates. And, that's what I'd like to see in reform, but, there's no money in it. I think that I have socialist tendencies, though. I always joke that I was a fascist for the left, but then we now have fascists for the left, and they suck. So it was a nice idea when I had it, but now seeing the reality of that situation, can't do that anymore. Once again, trying to be clever comes back and haunts you. I hope not. That would suck. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're discussing anything very controversial. I try to stay pretty even keel on Pixo's stream for sure. We just talking. No subversion here. This is not the droid you're looking for. Oh, that's annoying. I'm going to have to do something about that. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to get political. I mean, I do think that a way for us to deal with things is locally. I believe that because we ship everything from different environments, the local gets lost, and people, it's tricky. It's tricky. I'm actually trying to talk to a few DJs that I really like to see if I can use their music on my stream. Because I would like some music while I work. That would be nice. Because I can't listen to books on tape while I work. But a little tipper or Something like that would be nice, I think. I'm going to have my friend reach out to Tipper and see if we can ask his permission if he'll let us use his music during the streams. I would like that. I would like that. You stay safe. You're the one in a city that's open. I mean, I guess technically my city's pseudo open, but there's no one in my city, so I'm not real worried about it. I think our entire county has had 37 cases of COVID and 3 deaths, and those 3 deaths were old people early on, and in the what do you call them, retirement communities or whatever. And that was like, those 3 died the first couple days that we had gone into shelter, and then we haven't had a death in this county since then. Yeah. Why, thank you. Yeah, no. I mean, what cracks me up is people are just not, they've stopped paying attention to the numbers. I think we're at like, aren't they estimating like 140 million people? No, 140,000 people dead by the end of the month. And I like, we're just so cavalier about it. It's just like, yep, it's all good. Oh my goodness, Trump said baloney. Let's ignore, COVID. I don't know. I just think that it's amazing that we have 100,000 more cases, 1 million more cases than anyone else in the world. Yeah, we're dealing with this really well. It's awesome. Go back to work. Nothing to see here. And you mark my words, I guarantee you, someone's going to get busted about lying about their numbers in the States where, the governor of Texas realizes that there's really, 50,000 and they say, oh, there's 8,000. I guarantee you someone's going to get busted on that one. Because there are too many of these states that just want to be open and they don't care. I mean, they obviously don't care. I mean, because the real issue here is banks, right? I mean, they're sending you the ability to take out loans where, Canada is just giving everyone $2,000 a month. Nope, can't happen here. That's socialism. Can't have those socialism. 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 No, but sure, you can do business with the communists. It's socialism, oh gosh. Fucking idiots. Yeah, just be safe. I mean, end of the day, isopropyl alcohol, everything you touch. Wear a mask. I have a thing of isopropyl. I go everywhere. I have my little mask, and when I get into the car, I spray my hands and then I rub my face. And there you go. I imagine that. Well, I don't have to imagine. I know that 99.9 isopropyl kills everything. So that's good. But yeah, I don't know. it's hard to see what's coming now. I mean, COVID was such a game changer in a lot of ways. And, it's not gone. We don't have a cure for it. But if you're reasonably safe, and if you can stay at home and figure out a way to make a living, that's great. But I think that we're when you have leaders like Mitch McConnell and the such, and they don't care. I mean, it really is just absolute, without a doubt, the last grasp of the douchebag white guy. I mean, it really is the last grasp of these douches, because they're getting old. And let's face it, young people are going to start participating. And you're just not going to be able to have these dinosaurs hanging around who are so absolutely, completely, and utterly out of touch. All I know is it doesn't matter. We just need to get our little political situation sorted out soon. Hopefully November will solve some of these issues. Hopefully. See, what's bothering me about this is that my number one rule is don't just make things flat. But we're dealing with a flat stone. And if I'm not just going to do a bezel and I want it behind the stone, I'm stuck with this big flat thing. And I'm not really excited about big flat things. So how? Oh. I guess the first key is making sure you're using the right brush, I guess. But luckily with all of this, more people are starting to try to learn online, which is good for those of us who are trying to teach online. And I think that it's always good to have a mass rearrangement of perception, I guess. Because in a lot of ways we have no other choice than to rearrange how we view reality. Because reality is changing. And in a lot of ways that's exciting. Change is always exciting. And I'll admit the change that has happened over the last 4 years I find pretty horrifying. But I don't know how we're going to get out of some of what's happened. I mean, just like judges and things like that. I mean, how they've completely abused their jobs in first blocking a Supreme Court justice from Obama, and then just picking, I mean, he's a raging douchebag. I don't know. Of all of this, the judges scare me the most. And they just keep passing judges. I think Mitch said the other day or the other week that they put in like 250 new judges, and that just that horrifies me. But ZBrush is awesome. And I can sit here and do this and not think about it. And think about how I'm going to get more of you guys trained and brought up in the world so you can manufacture toys and jewelry and all kinds of stuff. I'm just going to keep my mind on that, I think. Otherwise, I'm going to get really depressed. Luckily, doing what I'm doing right now brings me great joy. So I can kind of function in my world. It depends on if my geometry gets out of whack. I would ZRemesh. If I decide to do something where I'm going to need Sculptress Pro, or if I'm going to start using some of the gizmo stuff, I'll often remesh then. And what I mean by remesh is I'll Dynamesh and then either ZRemesh, or if it's late in the process, I might not, the Dynamesh may be enough of a remesh for me. It depends. But I will almost, unless it is at the end of the project where I have the details and stuff where I want them, then for the most part, I am not going to remesh. But at any other point, when I still have sculpting I know that I need to do, I am always going to, if I Dynamesh to do something, I will always go back ZRemesh to a quad mesh with as many subdivision levels as I possibly can get. And then, Wow, my machine is being rather laggy. I wonder what that's about. No. We'll do critiques the last Monday of the month. And we had so many this week, I had to do it the first Monday of the month as well. So we'll base the first Monday of the month on whether we got through all the critiques on the last Monday of the month. Does that make any sense? But I'm glad the critiques are, people want them. Because I honestly think that critiquing is the best way to learn. And especially how I do it, where I'll actually work on your model as opposed to just tell you what your model looks like. I always found it to be super helpful. I was very glad that I was taught that way. CalArts critiques in critique class were a very big part of the curriculum. So it was something I got used to. And I learned a lot when Bob would take my work and hammer it. But he was always very good about coming back and showing me the line that I had missed or something like that. And being able to see that on your models, I think, is very helpful. No, today we're starting a project from the very beginning. And I show kind of how to get your geometry around a stone. And I'm still not convinced this is a great design, so we will see what happens. Sorry. We'll say I think you've been, I think you've been progressing without a doubt. Yeah, no, I think definitely learning how to take, because like criticism has become a bad word in our society, and I think that, now it just means, talking negative about something, but that's not what real critique is. Critique is, having someone who understands what you're doing and is coming through, looking at it, and trying to give you information which will make you better. I mean, it's constructive criticism. But I think for some reason it seemed to have lost that definition, and people are just being critical means people are being, crappy, where it used to mean, people are being critical. And critical is critical thought, critical reasoning. It's not just, oh, your stuff sucks and you have 4 arms. It's, oh, well, this shape or this form could use X, Y, and Z. So I think we have in some ways lost what critique means. And I think that's sort of the participation award world that we live in now. People are not taught that failing is an incredibly important part of learning. And when you have to tap dance and babysit people's egos when there are real issues that should be discussed, instead of, saying you are wrong doing this. Well, it's not wrong. It's just a different way. Sure, it's not. It's just a different way. It just happens to be a wrong way. You can be wrong in the world. And, it's superficial. It's super beneficial when the people who are, where's my stone? Is it in here? Yeah, there it is. Okay. No, I need you. We can hide you. All right. Do we have any stone areas here? Not that I'm seeing. That's good. Right, but we're trying to get this to be right, so I think this is backwards, but right where we are losing, not physically losing the carrots, but hiding a little bit more of the opal than normal. So we just get this nice plane of color as opposed to it being a stone. I'm using this exquisite stone to be a plane of exquisite color. And in turn, we're winding up with a slightly flatter form that I would normally shoot for, but I think it could be cool. And it's a different way to go about setting, or thinking about the setting, I don't know. We'll see. It could be cool. It could suck. We'll find out. Well, I started sculpting when I was a little kid. Um, I started selling work in 1978. So I've been making sculpture for a long time. How did I get started in ZBrush? Well, my friend David Krentz, I was over at his house and he proceeded to show me ZBrush. And it really kind of changed my life. I am a traditionally trained sculptor. I was working in the film industry at the time. And so we were doing practical sets, and I wasn't really in the effects world. So we every once in a while got like an effects job. Like I've done some pre-production stuff on a couple films that were more, figurative work and, aliens and stuff like that. But we did Godzilla. So, that was a little bit. But we were mostly doing scenic elements. And then I discovered ZBrush and decided that I was just going to go do some digital sculpting and 3D printing. And that was 16 years ago. And here I am. If you want the full story, tune into my ZBrush Master one at the end of the month. I imagine we'll go into stuff there as well. I'm real laggy. But the stream hasn't been lagging, has it? Like when I'm doing stuff that is making the machine jump, are we lagging on the stream? Yeah, and so basically, as a kid, from Play-Doh on, I've always been a sculptor. It's kind of the only thing I've ever really done. So for me, that's a fairly easy question in the sense of it's just all I've ever done. I have a whole presentation on my artistic influences, but I fell in love with Art Nouveau and some of the great architects and such that we got to see, like going to Chicago. Louis Sullivan, and then seeing Lalique jewelry, reading Winsor McCay, little Adventures of Little Nemo in Slumberland or whatever. And then once heavy metal came out, Mobius and Giger and those guys, and yeah, I don't know. I really like organic form, so there are really some great masters of organic form out there. And I don't just mean nice bodies. I mean abstract organic form. Beksinski. Yeah. Lots of artistic influences. And then when I was a kid, I just, let's face it, when you're young and you like someone, you start copying their work. And so I tried to make Mighty Joe Young and King Kong sculptures and lots of Godzilla. I was a big Godzilla fan. And, Kill All Monsters and that whole Sunday matinee. Look at that. That's interesting. We are lagging severely. Or my brushes are lagging severely, so I'm having a hard time getting good surfaces. Interesting. And so that's really where I started a lot of stuff, was just old cinema and monster movies, and like I said, lots of Godzilla. I was a big Godzilla fan. And going to Japan and getting, just some of the absolutely crazy Manzinger robots and stuff. It was just, really hitting that sort of, I guess what would be now sort of, well, it wasn't really manga. I mean, it was, just great monster movie. Ray Harryhausen was my idol. Sinbad and all that stuff. Oh man, it was just so good. You can't beat that stuff. Harryhausen was just, he's so good. But like, you also have Hans Belmer and some of those guys. I'm the Mannerist. I'm a big Mannerist fan. But then, you have people like Sam Malouf. He makes made rocking chairs. He's now dead, sadly. I feel blessed that I got to meet him and have him in my life a little bit. Yeah, this is now becoming very bad. Look at that. What is choking my machine out? Because 5 million polys is not a lot of polys. See, it's still lagging there. Is the stream lagging at all? Oh yeah, of course, Akira. Appleseed. There's some good ones back then. Wow, that's going to be really annoying. I wonder why this is doing this. Not very excited by this one, guys. And gals, as it may be. Let's see. I read, oh my gosh, now I'm having a brain. Hold on, we're looking for that. System idle process. Hold on, let's drag this over here real quick. Nope, everybody calm down. Let us drag you so I can see that for a second. Let's hide that. And let's get in here and do this. What are you doing? ZBrush all of a sudden comes up and takes over processing, but I mean, I've been doing this every week. Why is that taking so much CPU? I do not understand. Interesting. Do you see that? It's popping up. ZBrush pops up to 60% CPU when I'm doing this. And see how it lags? I do not have answers for that, guys. That's weird. It better not be. No. There's something going on here that I do not understand. Like, I should be able to do that and not... I mean, see how it's lagging? I'm not getting my back and forth stroke at all. All right, let's do this. Quick save. Delete. See if something was going on there. Come on, ZBrush. There we go. At least that's letting me stroke some. It's still sucking CPU, but very strange. Don't really have answers for that one, guys. Super weirdo. Bizarro Montalban. It is bizarro. It's better than it was, though, so we will continue to do. I don't know anything about rigging. I think for the most part, most people are sculpting in either a T or an A pose, and then they get all the detail in and pose it. But once again, feeling a little beat up today. I still think that a lot of people are going to Dynamesh and stuff when they're posing, where if you still had all your subdivision levels, you could pose and not destroy all your high detail. It's a really nice process, actually, but I don't see a lot of the gamers or film. When I say gamers, I mean people who are game design and game development. I'm not talking about people playing games. It seems that a lot of them are going to Dynamesh and getting rid of their subdivision levels, and I just don't know how they. I think that's a technique that needs to be reevaluated. Only because mine isn't that way, and I think they should all do it my way. Yeah, it's my story. I'm sticking to it. Because I think it might be an easy, hit to just jump into Dynamesh and start doing stuff. But, I hear a lot of this, like when I watch other people stream, I see them running into these issues, which if you just had your subdivision levels, those wouldn't be issues. But they're doing their geometry for things that I have no clue about, so I have no idea. I don't know. Too early to be yawning. Too early to be yawning. No question is boring. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's probably better to start with the ZBrush Classroom stuff. It's free, and it's being presented by some of the best people in the industry. And I think that for true beginners, if you work your way through those courses, you'll be a little bit more acclimated to some of the issues, because until you really feel comfortable navigating, until you feel comfortable doing some of these basics that a lot of people don't wrap their head around, and then they try to take a course, but they're fighting to figure out how to get Z modeler to work, or how to get whatever. I think you should have. It's easier to go through the ZBrush or the Z Classroom stuff and then reach out to other stuff. Just because it's very good, concise education. Yeah. Hopefully by October, I'll have my basic class up. We're working on the videos as we speak. I got the first batch of them in, and they're looking good. So the basics I find incredibly difficult to teach, because I feel a little disassociated from the basic information. I'm always trying to wrap my head around stuff that isn't basic, and so my basic education lacks. But we have a solution now, and the basic videos are being made and looking good. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, it's going to be a modular driven class as opposed to my live classes. And that way everyone can kind of work at their own rate. And then we'll do crit sessions and Q&As monthly. So, everyone can talk to me and kind of get, personal information. It's not just, here are the videos, good luck. See ya. And there it is. See, I knew we were going to have a problem there. So what we can, nope. Instead of continually bringing that in, I will bring this out instead of cutting that in. And that way I don't squish that stone. Squish that stone. It's really not my style. Interesting. It's just having a good hand and, using your right brushes. It's not, and it's sitting in front of this computer a very long time. I think that might have something to do with it. Lots of hours. That is under, they want me to do another class this year. So, I don't see why not. I think that I'll be able to, as long as, the problem is we doubled up the class this time, so it was, had very busy weeks and playing catch up because I'm not really an early morning person anymore. Like when I worked in the industry, you had to be on set at 5:30, and I said after I left the industry that there's absolutely nothing in the world I need to get up in the morning for. So this last batch of having morning classes was really rough on me, I have to admit. It's a hell of a change. You know what I mean? Getting ready and up and like leaving the house around 7, so you're getting up at like 6:45 so you can go in and prepare the class and blah blah. Oh, so painful. It was really rough, I have to admit. I was like really not prepared to get up in the morning. It's horrible. I normally work until 2 to 4 and get up around 9:30. And when that's your rhythm, I'll tell you what, getting up at 6:45 or whatever, holy Hannah, I'm still getting up way too early. It's rough. I'm such a time wimp now. I'm like, well, if I'm up by noon, it's okay. Because when I was teaching class, I taught on Monday. I got up at 6:45, and then I did this with you guys. I mean, Mondays were like 22-hour days for me there for a little bit. That'll wake you up. Or actually, the exact opposite. That'll put you to sleep. Yeah. But it was fun. It was a good group of people in this class. Everyone wanted to learn and really tried. It was nice. It was a good group. See you later. Thank you very much. I will do my best to stay safe and creative. Once I get my education thing done, I want to go visit CalArts. It's been so long since I've been back. We have a new president, and I don't know anyone there, so it'd be nice to go back and reestablish a rapport with CalArts, because I truly believe it's one of the magic places on the planet. It's awesome. It was a great education. It was great education because it forced you to work for it. I mean, CalArts had a lot of things that were easy, but to say that it was an easy education is, yeah, that's not true. We had very difficult classes, and the thing is that the teachers weren't there to bully you. You know, it's like, show up or not, they don't care. But don't cry when you don't pass, you know. No one's going to make you show up to class. You know, you're an adult. Do you want to come to class or not? Cool. And when I was there early on, like, there was no, you know, you weren't going to get in trouble for, there was no attendance is the word I was looking for. You know, it wasn't about whether you showed up or not. It was how you participated. And so if you weren't participating, you know, that's an issue. Okay. I like to sculpt in like on this computer, like the 1 to 7 million poly range. At my machine on home, I will work on my normal just sculpting size is anywhere between 5 and 18 million polys, 20 million polys. But I still like to try to sculpt in that 5 to 6 million poly range. As far as polys to printer, I find that no printer has a problem with a file that was 1 million polys. So that's sort of my target. I try to keep things in the million poly range. There's some things that I've made that just won't retain geometry at 1 million polys. But those are few and far between, honestly. Those are usually things that I build to test whether the printer is going to be able to, you know, pick it up and deal with it. So, yeah, it's, this is really frustrating, honestly, guys. I don't like this lag. Usually things are more responsive. Well, you know what? This could be caused because I ran OBS as administrator. And that's supposed to be going to my GPU. And if that's going to my GPU, that would give me more space in my CPU, so I don't understand why. I have something set up weird. See, this is the problem with me deciding to make a career off a computer, because I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. I'm not really a computer person. I'm a sculptor. And so I take people's advice and change settings. But have we had a point tonight where when my machine is thinking the stream is lagged. You know, where it's like white screened or where I've frozen. Has that happened tonight? No. So we're using the printer to print the base original part, and then we'll make silicone mold, and then we'll do wax injection off that. Yeah, see, I was told for smooth streams you want to run OBS as administrator, so it puts the stream's needs ahead of the computer's needs for RAM or CPU power. So what I'm thinking is that instead of stalling my video out, to keep the video working, it's stalling my computer out. I think that may be what's happening. All right, guys. Sorry. You get to deal with these pills that make me pee. Pee break. Be right back, sorry. Oh, God. Oh, I'm broken. Howdy ho! Sorry about that. It's so funny, these, sorry, we don't need to be talking about my urination problems, or not problems, but patterns. So I have bursitis, and my joints can blow out and they get huge. And so 2 weeks ago, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, my leg blew up. So I went and got medication, and, you know, literally from my knee to my ankle, everything was swollen. I've never seen my leg swell up this bad. It was brutal. And it feels like someone's jamming an ice pick through the center of my skull. It's a very exciting thing to happen. But it never occurred to me. So I'm taking anti-inflammatories, and I'm just peeing and peeing and peeing and peeing and peeing. And I'm just like, what is going on? Why are these anti-inflammatories making me pee so much? And then I weighed myself. And so for the week that my leg was blown up, I weighed, let's say, 224 or something like that. And it didn't occur to, I was like, oh, wow, I fluctuated. I got a little fat. And then I started taking these pills. And in 2 days, I peed out 11.5 pounds of water. So when my bursitis blew up, the fluid, I guess the fluid has to go somewhere. And it just never occurred to me that I'm purging fluid from inflammation. But 11 pounds in 2 days. That's madness. Yeah, it sucks when your body falls apart. I'll tell you what. Don't get old. Don't do it. It sucks. Just when they say, hey, is this the time you feel like you might want to get old? Say no. Just don't do it. Holy Hannah. It's horrifying. I mean, I don't mind being old. But man, my body, it sucks. It is not fun. It's not as fun as they told you it was going to be. See now? I think we need to get this and go W. Come over here. Nope. Tap you there. All right. Is that kind of close? Nope. Damn it, Jim. I'm just a doctor. That's what I thought, but every time I jack into the computer, I just electrocute myself. Ah, William Gibson, you promised me so much. Megacorp solutions to easy things, and I feel like I've been misled. I had such high hopes. It's tough. I really haven't had a ton of time to watch much these days. Anything. I watched The Expanse because I read The Expanse books. And then, of course, American Gods. But for some reason, they've made it where you have to pay for American Gods everywhere now, which is annoying. So I've yet to see the second season of American Gods. I have I'm part of I have the Criterion channel. So I tend to watch a lot of, like when I have time to watch movies, I tend to watch old movies. There's just, there's so much more craft involved. There's so much more aesthetic there's a conception of aesthetics that are different than anything made before the 80s is a very different creature, because as soon as MTV was introduced, the world became like, the what is it, like the 6-second jump cut or whatever. And, I think that destroyed filmmaking in a lot of ways. I'm kind of a crabby old film snob. I don't mind movies that have intermissions. Lawrence of Arabia is a brilliant film that most children today would never be able to make that through. Like I said, I don't mind intermissions in films. So I don't mind foreign films, so I tend to watch a lot of foreign film. But Fellini, Michelangelo Antonioni, I'm a big fan of that. I guess, it's a period surrealism, sort of that modernist surrealism that happened in between the 50s and, you can actually go back to the late 30s, honestly. There was a whole movement in Japanese cinema that was tied to film noir, except it was like spiritual film noir. So, because the Japanese have a lot of like weird ghost stories. So you have these weird noir-y detective novels or detective stories that are also weird ghosty stories and stuff. I was a big fan of that. At CalArts, we had a Japanese cinema class, and they introduced us to a lot of these just absolutely crazy films. I'm a big fan of Japanese cinema. I think they're just the concepts of surrealism and, because it's an animistic culture, Shintoism is animism. So the belief that everything has spirit, I think, creates for some interesting filmmaking. I don't know if you remember the Russian film Burnt by the Sun, but that's another one where, everything's very serious and it's, this old tank commander and then all of a sudden it just flips into this weirdo sun hallucination thing, and you're just like, hell yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but yeah. I tend to like surrealism in cinemas. And yeah, the Russians for a while there there was quite a bit of that, magical surrealism, or I don't know exactly how you'd categorize it, but such good films. And Criterion has just like the best collection of cinema out there. Things you're just not going to find. It has it doesn't have any of Kurosawa's modern work, but it has most of his old films, like going all the way back to the 40s. So, I don't know. I really wanted to watch, or really wanted to, I watched Watchmen. That was pretty good. I like the Watchmen universe. So I thought it was an interesting take on the, post-Watchmen sort of thing. What else did we watch? I'm always trying to find something Lee can watch, so that limits my capacity on what I can. Lee doesn't like foreign films. She doesn't like to read subtitles, so Can't watch foreign films with Lee. Lee's my roommate, my friend's mom. I've been kind of house sitting and Lee sitting, so it's been interesting. She's a hoot. I love ornery old people. They're awesome. No, Jarmusch is a wonderful filmmaker. I like quite a few of his films. No, I'm not saying there isn't modern film that isn't worthwhile, but I mean, you know, how do you just can't compare films that are made now compared to old cinema. There is no patience, and don't get me wrong, there are modern films that will fall into these categories, but for the most part, you can't have a long film, because if you have a long film, you cut at least one, if not two showings a day out of cinemas, and they won't hire it, and so that restricts your film length. And then, I'll say, basically you have an uneducated populace watching things blow up, as opposed to watching films for interest and empathetic connections to wonderful stories. I just don't think that, kids aren't taught to read. They're not taught to analyze. They're not taught critical thought. And so long, confusing films, about the existential horror of life or something like that, you're not going to get kids to watch that. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, no, Lawrence of Arabia is, I would say, very, very close to a perfect film. It's a masterpiece. It's awesome. And, Peter O'Toole's Lawrence is just inspired. I think it's one of the, I don't know if he ever did anything as compelling thereafter. He had some fantastic roles, don't get me wrong, but he was T.E. Lawrence. It was just, he was great. And what a fantastic film, You could never have the scene where he's going out to meet the Bedouin and he's on the camel and he's just sitting there and he's whistling and he's just traveling, and it's probably a 8 to 10 minute scene of just him, little itty bitty guy on the camel, going through these expanse of just huge dunes, and it just goes on, and you feel the heat and you understand the distance, and you just can't get that into modern cinema. Isn't patient enough to have a scene like that, much to the detriment of viewers. I think having trained people to watch short jump cutty shippy chappy choopy chappy, it's just there's no room in the modern mind for long cinema, I don't think. No, I believe that the audience has changed that much. I think we are taught to process information so much more dramatically faster. And just, I think, God, it's got to be probably 20 years ago, I think. So they used to do this test for pilots, and you had to pass it before you could fly the hypersonic jets or the supersonic jets. And if I remember correctly, it was sort of these two hand things in a screen, and the screen went past your peripheral vision, right? The screen came back to here. And basically each finger had a symbol and a color, and then in your screen it would start flashing symbols and colors, and you had to hit the right button as you saw that icon appear on thing. And it would also test your peripheral vision, because it would show things that are sort of out of your periphery, and so they could see how far your peripheral vision went. And they realized that kids that were playing video games were outperforming the top pilots in the country. And it's just because through video games, and now, when I was a kid, the video games, but, now the video games and TV and social media, and just kids take in so much more information now quickly. I don't think they're taught to process or deal with that information. I think, the information becomes the goal, I guess, where it's like, oh, look, I read 100 pages. Well, do you understand any of that? No, not really. I think that we've lost understanding for the joy or jock of I don't know. I think that we're not taught to learn anymore. We're taught to take tests, and I think critical thinking's dead in a lot of ways. I'm not real optimistic about it. Right. Oh, I agree. They want us to be idiots, and they've succeeded. I mean, let's put it this way. When the History Channel doesn't show anything about history, but only rednecks doing things, it's just like, I think that we, our entertainment and stuff is based on, haha, look, it's not me, that's, just look at the garbage. It's just like, it makes me nuts. Where, History Channel used to at least show things about history, now it's Gold Rush and swamp pig hunters, and swamp pig hunters picked gold, and friggy farm people like hugging cows. I mean, it's just like, oh, look, we can find something that people can go, gosh, I'm glad I'm not that guy. And that's what entertainment is, because it was that, God, I can't remember what year it was. I want to say it was the early 90s, the writer's strike. And basically Hollywood said, oh, really? So you want to strike? Fine, go ahead and strike. And what we're going to do is we're going to start making reality TV because reality TV doesn't need writers. And then all of a sudden there were a hand group of people that got really good at making reality TV. And once again, I think reality TV is just a grand bastion for stupidity. It's just, look, we can mine gold. Look, I can hunt gators. I can hunt gators mining gold. I mean, it's just, it's just so asinine. It makes my head want to explode. Oh my God, it makes me crazy. No, don't get me wrong. Actually, Ancient Aliens on ketamine is awesome. That's some good stuff right there. No, I just hate that, like, this whole everything has to be a mystery. What's the show that just makes me want to bash my head with a brick is like, it's something like, what in the world is it, right? And it's like these people and they're like looking at this satellite map of this thing and, oh, look, we're on this island and look at these walls. Well, it could have been a prison, or, well, it could have been, a place where they raised goats, or, oh, it could have been this. And, they have people talking like they're professionals giving you informed information. But it's not like you don't know what it is. It was an old an island that they grew wine on, and the well dried up, so the island died. Well, it's not like this place is a mystery. We know what it is, but it's you idiots sitting around acting like it's a freaking mystery. It's just like this whole, oh, well, we have to redefine our understanding. No, actually we don't. There is something called reality, and the reality is if you got a boat to go out to that island, you knew what that island was. And I guarantee you knew what the damn island was before you produced this segment. So why in the hell are you pretending to not know things? Whatever happened to history? Hey, look, these are some really incredible places on our planet. And this place is really cool because it has this old structure, and this structure failed when the structures failed when we stopped growing wine, and we stopped growing wine because the fresh water died. That's interesting. What? Dun dun dun! What could it be? Well, you know what it is. Why are you producing crap where you act like makes me want to die? Sure, but see, sadly, so in the past, for the most part, if you put stuff out there had to be some integrity. I mean, there was always propaganda and stuff, but for the most part, there had to be a little bit of integrity if you were claiming something to be true. Photographers would lose their jobs. Reporters would lose their jobs. People would be hounded and thrown out of, the society if things were untrue. And, you can tell me what's your truth and what's my truth. And, well, if we don't know the truth, well, then there are multiple opinions. And those opinions should be educated. And there should be reasons why people have those opinions. But with things like YouTube and especially Facebook and its monotonous echo chamber of yabbering idiots, you know, the concept of truth is gone. We just, it doesn't exist. And the fact that people in the news and people in government and people who are teachers and people who are medical people, and there is no integrity. Integrity's dead. And I find that horrifying. And so I find that if you do a Google search or in YouTube and search for anything, you can find 10,000 completely asinine, stupid, just uninformed things that are claiming to be true. And I think that our society suffers greatly from that. I really do. I'm a firm believer in freedom of speech. I have no problems with that. I mean, people should be allowed to say what they want. But at the same time, anyone should be able to go, okay, you can say that, but it's untrue. You have the freedom of speech, but it's not the freedom of critical judgment to decide whether you're crazy or not. Sadly, it's, I can say I'm friggin' Napoleon, and great, you're Napoleon. Congratulations. You go, daddy-o. They're like, well, no, Tomas, you are not Napoleon. Sorry, you're not. And you know what? I'm not. No matter how much I want to be, I'm not Napoleon. And so, whoa, but you could be channeling Napoleon. Well, no, then I'm not Napoleon. I'm someone channeling Napoleon. It's just like, there are things that are true. And sadly, I don't think we've given up on that. If a statement can benefit us, who cares if there's any value or truth in it? And I find that very sad. Because there was some integrity when I grew up, People lost their jobs for being jerks. People lost their jobs for lying, and that just doesn't happen anymore. Who knows? I mean, that's what some of the beauty is that, we really can say, I don't know, and that's okay. And, if we don't know how it's done, it doesn't mean that aliens did it. Okay? I mean, I loved, there was, I can't even remember. It was something like Ancient Aliens. It was an old show that I don't, but someone was saying, oh, well, if we look at the skins of the pyramids, this had to be done by an advanced culture or aliens because the measurement of the skin was exact. And all of them were exact. And they were like, oh, well, see, there was no way that, these old civilizations that didn't have, higher education, they could never do that. And then they found the mill that the limestone was being cut at, and it was a water wheel saw set up. And what they had were pieces of bronze, and they were like, 6 across or 10 across or whatever it was. And they'd throw an hard aggregate sand in, and as it rocked back and forth, they kept throwing the aggregate into it. So what you have were bronze saw blades that were cutting the limestone. And since those saw blades were the same thickness, they made out of bronze, then all of the limestone was the same thing, and we found it. I've actually seen the saw blades, and one of them's broke with a piece of limestone jammed into it because it got off and wedged, and so there's plenty of the aggregate sitting around. So we now understand something new, and it's like, oh cool, that's how they did it. I feel blessed that I actually got to go into the King's Chamber and stuff in the Big Pyramid, because I did it a long time ago. I don't know if it's open anymore to go into. But if you go down that chamber that's, going into the King's Chamber, there's the hall, and it has the big lags in it, and there are these posts where you could jam posts into it. And you can see the scratch marks on the wall. Something was going back and forth there. And if you look at it, it seems logical that somehow or another that center chamber was where they were using some sort of leverage or pulley system and then pulling up towards the center through. And because they were doing something there, I mean, right? Something was moving. You can see it where they greased it and it slid. And I mean, if you're looking at it, it is obvious that something was happening there. You can look at it. Everything else is finished, and these, this is a finished face, and these have grooves in it. So, that wasn't an accident. So obviously that had something to do with building it. And we still have no idea exactly how they did it. We're like, okay, well, it could be a ramp up, or, that French team found that there might be a channel going up where they were pulling it aside and then loading it or something. Who knows? But, the fact that we don't know, I don't know, I think it's awesome. And, to not believe that we have the creative capacity to generate something like that, and to think that only an alien could do it, I think you greatly underestimate the human mind. I mean, you got to think that basically our brains haven't really changed in 10,000 years, or haven't changed much, to the point that, the volume and the cavocations and, the complexity of the brain is basically what it is now 10,000 years ago. And people are like, oh, well, how'd the Mayans figure that out? Well, dude, half of their life was spent in the dark. It's not like they had electricity or street lamps and crap. It's so all of a sudden, looking at the stars become very important. And so, yeah, of course they knew a ton about the stars. I just think that giving all the wonders and miracles of human innovation to say, oh, well, it had to be aliens because the monkey wasn't smart enough, I think that greatly underestimates our capacity. Yeah, I don't know. But then again, it could have been aliens. What do I know? I mean, I think anyone who thinks we're alone in this universe is just greatly, greatly uneducated about the size of this universe. God, what's the name of the website? It's on YouTube. Kutsgrilla? Hold on. I don't know if you guys have never seen this. YouTube. Have you all heard of Kurgzak? Sakt Kuksakt. And they're all these like science, and it's all good science, right? And they're just awesome. This is my favorite one. Time. I love it because they're like, it breaks it down, and it's just like, oh, well, you do realize that, mammoths were still alive during, when they were building the pyramids, and, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is closer to us than it is to a Stegosaurus. And, how long okay, get ready. Here's a good one. How long will it take for someone to count to 1 trillion? That one was the one that always got me. That's the one that put time into a perspective for me that you all should watch these. They're actually wonderful. And the animation is just wonderful. They're pretty rad. Kurgzak. I'm waiting for some guesses. Come on. How long? Don't Google it. You're all taking so much time you're Googling, and I know it. 31,000 years. It would take 31,000 years for someone to count to 1 trillion. What the hell? That's crazy talk. Time is awesome. I mean, think about that for a second. We're talking about just throwing away trillions of dollars all the time. Oh, it's 1 trillion this, it's 1 trillion that. Think about that. 31,000 years to count to 1 trillion. I don't know. Makes me think about what $1 trillion is a little more. 1 billion years. People think the monkey is now in control of the planet. Woo, we've been doing it, 10,000 years? We got this crap. Dinosaurs ruled the planet for 160 million years. Million years. The terrible lizards ruled. I don't know that, hey, we're the first creatures who could actually live outside of the tuning of the universe or the planet or whatever, because we can change our environment instead of having to live in it. I don't know if that's a bonus. I think that might have been a mistake. How about those Mets? Pixologic's gonna yell at me like, what are you talking about, dude? Talk about ZBrush. Someone found it? That's awesome. I like treasure stories. Like, that's the one thing that's kind of interesting about Oak Island. I don't know that I believe that the treasure is still on Oak Island, but something was buried there because they really did booby trap it. You don't booby trap something there's nothing there. Some was there. Now, whether it was recovered at some point, I don't know. But I have a hard time believing that someone booby trapped something like that. Dug French canals and stuff. So it would flood if it was dug, That, I mean, someone spent a lot of time and energy doing that. So, I believe that something was there at some point. There were a lot of people throwing stuff in the ground for a long time. You did what in the same time? Count it to 1 trillion? Yeah, see, we're not lagging so bad. That was really strange. Why we lag so bad? Crap. I totally forgot about it. I suck at this remembering game. Oh, sure, I had to talk, didn't I? Now it's all lagging. Just say no. Being a damn dork. I wonder how we doing on lag. I changed the settings, so it's interesting to see if I'm lagging 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000. Okay. Yeah, so we got about 10 seconds. That's not bad. There's a little bit of a lag, but nothing dramatic. The other day in class we had, I think it was almost a 1.5 minute lag. It was ridiculous. Yeah, it's not horrible. Allergies suck. Sorry. I'm a mess tonight. I'm all yawny. My eyes are burning. Just beautiful. You know what? I have absolutely no clue. I don't use Blender. Never really used Blender. I opened it a couple times and I don't know. I've been dealing with ZBrush for 16 years, so I don't. It's not giving me anything that I can't do in ZBrush as far as I know. So it's not something that I use. I know a lot of people use it. So I would assume that, if you're just trying to sculpt something, you can. But I don't know anything about it. I couldn't get it to sculpt how I sculpt, so I didn't really find it compelling. If that makes any sense. Have a good one as well. Ooh, scheiße lieber. So how is everyone doing? Everyone's still up and doing? It's getting there. Well, I mean, that's tricky. I mean, I've been sculpting since I was a child. I mean, literally, Play-Doh and on. I sold my first sculptures in where I was selling every weekend at this art fair in 1978 and 79, I guess. So I've been sculpting well enough to sell it for a while now. It's a long time. It's years. You need to, not saying it takes years to be able to make a viable and good piece, but to where it's just second nature and you're not really thinking about the sculpting, right? I'm just hopping between little visual interest and visual cues that I'm trying to generate. I don't think much about what I'm sculpting, right? I mean, I don't use a lot of the things that ZBrush offers. Oops. In the sense of alphas and UVs and all that stuff. I tend to like to sculpt my way through things. Because, that's kind of what I understand. So it makes sense to me. Also, I find that the perfection of CAD is boring. I mean, I like to see things that aren't perfect surfaces and aren't, I like it. I like the things I make to appear to be handmade, or at least where they, I leave brush strokes and things. I leave little identifiers that, if I will sculpt, like right now, you'll see that I'm using X and Z symmetry. So this thing is perfectly symmetrical. But when I'm done, I will normally come back in and just futz with the symmetry a little so it's not perfectly symmetrical. And what I found is that, the eye obviously likes perfection or likes symmetry, right? And it's constantly hunting for symmetry and like for faces and things. So if you give the brain what it wants, it's going to go and identify it. If it's perfect, the brain goes, identifies it, looks at it, and it's like, oh, it's perfect. And so it stops looking. Where if you just do some very subtle symmetry breaking things, your brain now identifies that it was symmetrical, but then it's like, well, wait a second, it's not perfectly symmetrical. So it'll spend more time processing the almost symmetry more than it will the perfect symmetry. And so I don't mind my things not having perfect surfaces and things like that. I like that little bit of, life, I like that little bit of funk in it, because, at the end of the day, if we're doing everything by computer and we're using alphas and this, and there are only so many snakeskin alphas out there, let me tell you. And guess what? I'll tell you what package you got yours from if you're using it. I might use it to lay down the pattern, but inevitably I am going to go over it by hand and, punch things up that I know need to be punched and take things down that I know that need to go down. And, I'm always kind of hunting for where I can make things not perfect. And, it's fun to try to identify, or I have fun trying to identify those moments. Because trust me, your brain's looking for them. Damn it. Not at the moment. I mean, right now I have plenty of geometry to be doing what I want. I will retopologize if I do something that is destructive to my geometry in some format, but right now it's staying pretty clean. So there's not a grand need for retopology at the moment. But I might do something here that's really aggressive to geometry, and in turn, I would need to retopologize. But let's say that, I'm happy with this, right? There's no need to retopologize. We'll check it for holes and the such, but I will decimate it. But I don't really view decimation as retopology. It's decimation, and decimation actually creates garbage geometry if you plan to work on that geometry after your decimation. Now, there are techniques with Sculptris Pro and the such where you can work on your decimated models, but that's a technique that's not normally going to happen unless you're using that technique or another one that's going to give you geometry or homogenize the geometry differently than your decimation. Because decimation is final geometry. You really can't work it unless you are doing my little groovy technique of working it, but that's a different creature right now. Hmm. Hmm. No, I've just been making this up. If you wind up watching the stream from the beginning, you'll see the block up and just kind of where I've gone to and from. I knew that I wanted to make sort of a mechanically sci-fi sort of abstract surface. And so I just kind of creeped my way to some things and then see something else, and then I kind of work my way towards that, and yeah, it's just no clue, just making it up. When I'm doing stuff for myself, this is how I do it. I literally had no idea what this ring was going to look like when I started, because a lot of it was how could I position the gemstone to be able to get more of a mechanical opening than a organic hippified bezel, right? I want it to create a window that I had control of the shape, as opposed to just doing a bezel where you get, just the shape of the stone. So I'm hiding a lot of the usable carats of this stone under a window. But I think that it's an interesting usage of the stone as opposed to a traditional bezel set. I think it gives us a little bit of interest in the metal design. I find that there's a real romance in metal that I think that a lot of people don't take advantage of anymore. Like, you know, if it's expensive, it's got to have 1,000 diamonds on it as opposed to a beautiful sculpt. And I'm trying to bring that back. I'm bringing sculpture back. In jewelry, I think we lost some of that. In some ways, I'm super glad CAD exists, but in others, it's just like, I think that it did some real damage to how we think about producing jewelry and small objects, but particularly jewelry. Yes, and just in case you didn't know, sound effects are an incredibly vital part of creation. If you're not making sound effects, and so I still would consider myself in sculptural block up because I still don't really know where all of these surfaces are and are going. Right, so as long as I'm trying to figure that out, I'm not doing minute, finesseful detail. For a couple reasons. I have no idea what kind of decoration I want. Like, am I going to want to do hatching and stuff to start accentuating surfaces and that sort of thing? I don't know yet because I'm not quite sure where my surfaces are. So this is still sort of exploration of that. So I would still view myself in block up. Yeah, and shoulders aren't supposed to sound like that. I think I'm probably pretty clear on that. Well, no, I mean, I make here. I guess you don't know actually what I do. So let's go here. So most of the things I make come out of the models, right, and into physical work, right? Right, you know, little toys. So there's the model. That's the illustration. These are the models. Right? So all of this can come out. Right. You know, so that's black titanium in sterling silver and turquoise. So that's the model. And then that's the final part. This still needs to be sulfured, I think, but you know. Know what I mean? Yeah, right. So, yes, a lot of this stuff comes out of the computer and into production. Yeah, that's all cast, and then hold on here. Let's do this. Art station. Right, so jewelry and furniture and body jewelry and you know, all kinds of crap. But all this is cast and manufactured. I mean, this is, you know, that's a table and that's real, you know, that's white bronze and glass. Right? So, yeah, anything in ZBrush can come out and be manufactured. Oops. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Why, thank you. I don't know if I'd go that far. Give me a couple years, I'll get there. No, I'm just old. I've been doing this a long time. It's amazing when you have done something for, 38, 40 years, you start to get good at it. I mean, I've been using ZBrush for about 16 years. Right, so, and this is, I'm new to this compared to like physically sculpting. I mean, that's what I've done since I was a little kid. So, so much of it is literally just putting the time in. It's just man hours. And you have to put smart time in. You can't just be... there's definitely a level of concerted effort that has to go into getting good at stuff. Well, that explains a lot. Haven't had smooth stronger on. Well, I've been doing it a long time, I'll give you that. And, I'm a very competent sculptor, without a doubt. I honestly think that I need to get back to sculpting some of my own stuff that has nothing to do with anything, where I just start playing with forms and, make things that are just form and shape. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't been able to play with because for so many years now I've just been trying to make money, and do a thing, and hopefully my education platform will get up smoothly and I'll get some passive income where I'm only working, a few days a month live, and then everything else is modular. And that would allow me the freedom to sit down and work on some things that aren't necessarily immediately profitable, but that would allow me to I definitely have some ideas that I haven't had the opportunity to take advantage of and try to get to work. And hopefully next year I will be able to sit down with some of that stuff. Well, I mean, I can do here. Well, let's go back to Instagram. Boop. Instagram. So, we have flowers, vases, rings, like squid and gourd. These are little monkeys and crowns, right? You saw that. Pocket watches. You want people and things. These are like little. But I mean, I can do anatomy. It just takes me a little work. I used to do it much quicker, but like wasps, this is a good wasp model, right? And then where's the crab? The crab's realistic. Now, this is a bad portrait of Chumley because it was being set up for pave, so this wasn't meant to be realistic, but see, it got paved. So a lot of that was diamonds. Let's see. These are some faces, right? So like I can do monkeys. See, hear, and speak evil. Third eye monkey. Silent scream. Oh, there's speak evil, see evil, hear evil, and tweet evil. Napoleon. Let's see. Yeah. Tomas the tank. So I did, I modeled the tank. And Tomas. Let's see. Yeah, I think that shows you at least some gambit of spread, Well, the rendering's a little weird, but there's Buddha. So, yeah, I can make things. Yeah, Tomas the Tank Man. My friend did that's based off a T-shirt my friend made for me. That was Tomas the Tank, and then his daughter made me a Tomas the TIE Fighter drawing. She was like, I heard her on the phone. She's like, I'm making Tomas the TIE Fighter. And then she's like, didn't he have a big hat like a wizard? Oh my gosh, she was cute. And David is a magnificent sculptor, as well as a damn good parent. I don't know. He and his wife are pretty spectacular parents and magnificent artists to boot. It's pretty awesome. Those kids are having a great time. My free alpha brush? What is my free alpha brush? One second. Oh yeah, no, I'm not Pablo. I love Pablo, but I am not he. He was on before me, and sometimes the name doesn't flip. I don't know why. I have no answers for that one. That's a blame Kyle. No, don't blame Kyle. It's not Kyle's fault. I am the wizard hat TIE Fighter. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I have no answers on that. I'm the best parent in the world. I'm not one. I'm the best homeowner in the world. Don't own one. Yeah, no, from when I was a little kid, I knew that I did not want children. It's not like I'm a child hater or anything like that. That's a responsibility I don't think I'll ever need. I'd be a horrible parent, I think. Well, probably not, because I take things seriously. So if I had a kid, I assume I'd take it seriously. But oh, goodness gracious, that would be a horrible thought. I don't think anyone wants me being a parent. I'm a great uncle. Parent, probably not so much. But if you ever need a good uncle, I'm good at winding kids up and handing them back. Ooh, look at that. That's not what we wanted. Okay. Let's bring the surface back out. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. Holy Hannah. Time's been flying. I didn't realize it was almost 2. Okay, that's an exaggeration. It's not almost 2. It's almost 1:30. Okay, we're getting there. Getting there. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Said it was trying to do something sci-fi. Well, it depends. I mean, I'm pretty close, I think. I think we're pretty close. Hmm. Doo-doo. Okay. This is a time for laziness humor. I want you. We're just sculpting a ring for an opal. I'll show you one sec. Let me throw some hash marks here. And as you can see, if you're laying these on by hand, as opposed to with an alpha or something like that, they're different thicknesses, the spaces are a little different, and it just reads a little bit more. When you get out here, it's not perfect, you know, and your brain likes that. Gives your brain something to do. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So kind of a mechanically sci-fi thing that is attached to this opal. So that's sort of going to be that, right? All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go. Well, I got quiet there for a minute. Sorry about that. My poor brain. It's trying. Hmm. So I'm just trying to find some forms, just moving materials around until I find, edges that are intersecting and compelling. And like I said, this isn't really, because this is flat and because I'm trying to keep it within the ring, it leads my ring to be big and flat, which is something that I tend to try to avoid. So it's something that keeps bothering me. But I don't know that it's necessarily wrong at this moment. So it's one of those, we will see. I think it would wear nice, I don't think it would wear too big. Excuse me. Righto. Mm-hmm. How we doing out there? Everybody got quiet. Right along with me. We're not all allowed to be quiet at the same time. I will not allow it. damn it. No one listens to me. Learning Maya and listening to me, that's quite a task. Learning Maya is quite a task. I'm so glad that I don't need Maya. Anything that comes with a footlocker full of manuals. In any program that people go to college to learn part of, that's commitment to your gig right there, I think. All right, let's see what we got here. Mm-hmm. Oops. Everything is falling apart. Yeah, that seems to be a thing. What's crazy is I don't know if a lot of these jobs are coming back. My friend's company was saying that they'd laid off like 2/3 of the people, and they really don't know how many they intend to hire back, but it's not going to be a lot. A lot of companies are gun shy right now, obviously, because, yes, we've been distracted by, and once again, when I say this, I don't mean it as a negative thing, but we've been distracted by the protesting and stuff, and, we will see. All these states opening back up again, and we still have outbreaks where we're not flattening our curve. We are definitely about to blow our curve out of the water. I just can't wait for the first European country or China or Asia to put a travel ban on us. Trump will lose his mind. You can't travel ban us, I travel banned you. I know. I guess we've been cursed to be living in interesting times. For sure. Wrong button. So how we doing out there, guys and gals? No. I was watching one of the ZBrush Master. I can't remember which one it was. And he used one of Pablo's brushes that looked very interesting. So I went and I ordered them. And I didn't have the bandwidth at home to do it, so I need to download his clay brushes so I can try his. It wasn't Slash, it was something else. I can't remember what the brush is called. Excuse me. But it worked a lot like how I use Slash, like here. But it wasn't quite as aggressive on the under loop stroke that we get with the Slash. And so, you know what I need to do? I keep hitting that because I am sloppy. We will mask. Boop. When you're doing things like this, like slashing or drawing lines on something that is going to go around a curve, make sure that you rotate with your curve. Otherwise, you'll wind up with some weird chevron shapes at the end. Sorry. I apologize, my body's shutting down. All right. It's almost 2. Okay. It's almost 2, kind and gentle folk, so I think I'm going to wrap this up fairly soon. I think we're getting pretty close. Not quite done. But close. So maybe I'll work on this next week and work on finishing it then. Yeah. All right, well, I think that that's getting there. Like I said, it's an odd shape because the stone's too big. Maybe next week we'll do same stone, maybe bezel setting, and try something different. I don't know. We'll look at it. Nah. Still don't know if I'm sold on it. All right, kind and gentle folk, it's pushing 2 o'clock. It's going to be 2:33 before I get home. So I'm going to wrap up now. Here we go. Kind of got it done. At least got close, right? I want these to be a little bit more organic. So we go from this hard edge to, sort of this turning into something a little more organic. And I'll probably bring planar in here and get that to be a hard surface that I want. So there's that transition soft and hard right there. I think that could be interesting. So I will not work on this until next week, and then we'll play with it next week as well. Or, well, we'll play with it for a while, and then we'll do some Q&A next week. Because this week was mostly me just sculpting, because he said maybe someone wanted to see something from start to finish. And next week what I'll do is I will take this model, try to finish it, and take it through the process of prepping for print. Right? All right. See, this is my problem. I have a hard time stopping things. So let's do something. Stop. All right, let's try that again. I'm going to stop. Thank you, Pixologic, for letting me stream. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Hopefully we gained something out of this. I seem to have lost my chattiness there for a bit. Sorry. So yeah, crits will be the last Monday of the month. Next Monday we will continue with this, and then probably lead more into some Q&A when I get done, because I don't think I'm going to spend too much time on this. I say that as I sit here and futz with it. All right. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Pixologic. Thanks, you guys, for hanging out. I will see you next week. Yeah. Nothing's going on that week. Okay. Yep. See you next week. We'll work on this a little bit at the beginning. I might sculpt on it. I might not. We'll see what happens. And then I'll take it through prepping for printing and all of that. So let's remember this. Ta-da. I'll work on it and we will play with it next week. All right. It has been good. I hope everyone has a safe week. I will see you next Monday. I might stream I might not on my own channel this week. I don't think so. I've got to prep things for a bunch of presentations towards the end of the month. I'm doing the ZBrush Master thing on the 30th, and then I'm also doing a thing for Form Labs on the 22nd. So I've got to get stuff ready for those presentations. I don't want to... Those obviously can't be hacked through, I guess. See, OCD doesn't let me stop. All right. Put that away. Put that away. Hide that. Stop streaming. All right, guys. Had a great time. Actually went by quick. Thanks, Jaime, for Paul, Joseph, Kyle. Gosh, everyone at ZBrush. Yeah. I never know how to close these things out. See ya. Talk to you next week. Ciao.